Okay. Go ahead.
But it shall be that if you do not desire her, then you shall send her on her own, but you may not sell her for money. You should not enslave her, because you have afflicted her.
Afflicted means you humble her. So you looking at it like, well, I don't want to deal with you no more, for whatever reason.
If a man will have 2 wives,
Go into this woman when you don't have no right in her. It says now you can't sell her, which means that beforehand you could what? You can sell that woman. You was allowed to you could sell. You can say, well, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and sell this woman. Huh? Yeah, no. You can sell this woman. All right. But now you go into her. Now she is a now, and now you give her away to somebody else. You say I don't want her, so now she can go and be another man's woman. Now we're going to Deuteronomy chapter 25. Yahushua brought all laws of marriage back to the way it's supposed to be from Genesis chapter 2. Everybody got that? All marriage laws now are precipitated in terms of divorce with Genesis chapter 2. All right, so we want to say that real quick. Hey, I asked you flip that forward a little bit, man. Okay, so now we're getting into what? No, this one. Just put the little thing, the little tab between the cover and go do it. All right, that's good. I got it now? So now I'm in verse 20:15. Now listen to these laws, because all of the principles of how you're supposed to live your life, what you can and can't do, are coming from these first 5 books right here. All right, go ahead.
if a man will have 2 wives,
and if it's not really the word, because what's the name of this section? Key, right? Kai, which they translate that as if. So that's really like an introduction to something. It really means like for the purpose or for the use, or this is what we're dealing with. So now I say if, all right, and then say for or when, but it means for. It's actually the word for. All right, it means kaya, which is your hand, palm, and then ya, which is palm of your hand and hand. So it means something is being done. It's an action. When is an action. If is not an action.
No.
So it should say when or for. For shall have a man. So if a man has, for a man has, for shall have a man. So this is the situation when a man finds himself with 2 women and 2 sons. And it's going to give you all of the conditions that this is talking about. Right? Start from the top again.
if a man will have 2 wives,
If a man have when, for a man has 2 women. All right, so that means that a man, when you read the law, can have 2 women. So we don't even got to discuss New Testament, Old Testament, Africa, China. All right. One thing I go into the fact that every indigenous group that they encountered when they came to America had more than 1 wife. So they tell you about Geronimo, but they don't tell you Geronimo had more than 1 wife. Do they?
No.
They tell you about Sitting Bull, but they don't tell you Sitting Bull had more than 1 wife. Sitting Bull had 4 wives. They tell you about, which by the way, Geronimo is Goyatle, and Sitting Bull is Tatanka Iotake. Remember that. They tell you about Quanah Parker, but they don't tell you that Quanah Parker had more than 1 wife. So all these brothers they talking about that were these fierce warriors against their enemies had marital unions that lined up with the Bible, that lined up with the culture of the Bible, an option that we see being expressed in the Bible. And now we have this law right here that's going to talk about the situation. So it says what? If a man what?
If a man will have two wives,
Uh-huh.
one beloved,
One of them wives that the man loved,
and one hated him.
other he hates. I don't know what happened in that relationship, but the man hate that woman. Now we know Yahushua, we go into a what? Ephesians chapter what? 5, right. Ephesians chapter 5, remember that. Ephesians chapter 5, Yahushua, the Holy Spirit, all right, through Paul tells us what? That we're supposed to love our wives and treat our wives, we treat ourselves and love them like we love ourselves, right? Con? All right, so that's what we're talking about. So you ain't supposed to hate this woman, right? That's why they use this example. It don't matter what your extreme emotional feelings are toward this woman. It don't have nothing to do with how you have to exercise inheritance upon your son. Go ahead.
And they bear him sons.
They got, so for the man to have 2 children by 2 different women, what he got to be doing, Zayatan? How can a man have 2 children, 2 sons by 2 different women? What he got to be doing? Huh? He got to be having sex. He got to be putting his seed in more than one woman. Now, why those women wasn't getting diseases? Why those women, see how the Bible goes into all of this stuff, but we just overlook it. Why was a man having sex with more than one woman, but the woman wasn't getting diseases? 2 reasons. Well, let's go into 3 reasons. Somebody give me 1 reason.
They practice Tahara.
Oh, that's 4 reasons. The woman was separating herself when she was on her period and when she had her baby. She observed the laws of Tama'ah. So when she was Tama'ah, meaning blood was coming from her private part, she put aside herself and the man did not have sex with her. That's 1 reason. Give me another reason. That lines up with what you said. Huh?
It was just between them 3.
It was just between those. Go deeper for me.
It was a closed union.
Go deeper for me. What was different? Because the man having 1 woman, then he go get another woman, and then he go get another woman. So it ain't necessarily just between them 3. He could go get another wife like Abraham did, like our father Jacob did. So what was the difference between him and the women?
They were virgins.
The women, go a little deeper for me. Because now remember he took concubines, so all the concubines wasn't virgins. But your first, for the woman, it was a closed, like you said, a closed union, that's what you said? The women was not having sex with other men.
That's the reason.
That's the main reason to keep the STDs down. The woman was not having sex with other men. So the man was having sex with more than 1 woman. But that did not have an adverse effect on a man's body or the other woman's body. A lot of y'all may be familiar with a bacteria called bacterial vaginosis, right? Bacterial vaginosis does not happen when a man has 2 women that are just having sex with him. Bacterial vaginosis happens when one of the women go out and deal with another man and bring another man's biology into her vagina. His germs come into you, and now she gets sick and you get sick. So having sex with more than 1 woman was nasty when the woman went out and had sex with another man. It wasn't nasty when the man went out, had sex with another woman, because the Most High is now giving us laws about it. So that's the 2nd reason. The 3rd reason is that the women was constantly, and at the beginning of their marriages, when they knew they was about to get married, they were what? They were dealing with oils and herbs, all right, and steams to clean out their whole fallopian, ovary, uterus system was being kept clean, sanitized, all right? Sanitized. So the woman wasn't having sex with a whole bunch of men. So this woman that was dealing with her husband that husband, and ask any man that has more than one wife, you don't get chlamydia, gonorrhea, bacterial vaginosis, all right, when you're dealing with women that are clean and they not dealing with more than one man, only dealing with their man. So now when you get these other nations and you start, even Israelites, when you bring all types of animals and a woman and a man just having sex with, you going into a woman that just had sex with a man, that's gonna make your body sick. That's what make you sick. If you're dealing with a woman and you only dealing with her and you dealing with another woman after that, nobody gets sick. But you're just dealing with random females that haven't had a chance to clean their body out, then you're gonna get something. Because you bring in a whole new different set of chemicals, a whole new different set of germs and bacteria, possibly viruses. So even though we're reading about this practice of polygyny in the book of Deuteronomy chapter 21, verse 15, let's discuss the health behind it. It was not nasty people. The women were not having sex when it was on their period or during 40 to 80 days of having a son or a daughter, respectively. All right? They were not going out dealing with other men sexually. And they were dealing in cleanliness. They was cleaning their bodies. They had certain herbs, certain teas. All right? Certain oils that they'll put in their body around themselves, on their uterus, to keep themselves healthy and clean. So that's how a man can have more than one woman and there not be no issues, health issues. Okay? Okay. All right, so the one love and the one hated, we know you gotta love your wife. All right, go ahead.
The beloved one and the hated one.
Uh-huh.
And the firstborn son is the hated one.
So the Bible is giving you the extreme case. Extreme case. Even if you hate this woman and she got your firstborn son. Go ahead, keep reading.
Then it shall be that on the day that he causes his sons to inherit whatever will be his.
Jacob, all right, Abraham, they distributed their wealth before they was about to die. Go ahead.
He cannot give the right of the firstborn to the son of the beloved.
So you got your wife that did you love more? She has your son, all right, that's your aunt. And you say, well, I don't like her. I mean, the wife that you don't, the wife that you love more, or that you love and hate. You ain't supposed to hate your wife, but if you did, you got a wife that you love, and she's giving you a son, and that son is not the firstborn. Read.
Ahead of the firstborn of the son of the hated one, the firstborn.
You cannot say, well, I'm gonna give you a double portion because I love you, and because I love I love your mother more than your big brother. Your big brother mother, she be tripping. First of all, let's look at the social dynamics right here. Let's look at the social dynamics. How many people are involved so far? How many people got involved in this equation? We got 5 people. And it seems like they're all what? Family and what? What else? Interacting together. And then one is all the way over here and the other one's halfway around the globe. Not that there's nothing wrong with that per se, but in this union, the woman, the child, and the man is all in the same proximity.
Within distance.
Within distance, within a nice distance, within a reasonable distance. All right, go ahead.
Rather.
But verse 17 now, right? Go ahead.
Rather, he must recognize the firstborn.
You got to recognize the firstborn baby, the firstborn son, even though you hate his mother. Now, you ain't supposed to hate your wife, but if you did, and you got babies with her, that child is supposed to be recognized as your firstborn. Read.
The son of the hated one.
Uh-huh.
To give him the double portion.
He's still supposed to give a double portion. Go ahead.
And all that is found with him.
So, for you to give him a double portion, he got to be, your child was not taken away from you. Read.
For he is his initial vigor.
His firstborn. All right, the beginning of his strength. Go ahead.
To him is the right of the firstborn.
The right of the firstborn. So this is the right that the Bible gives you. Who can take that right away? Nobody. All right? Who can take that right away? Nobody. So that's what the Bible deals with in terms of having two wives, having babies by each wife. All right? So that wasn't nothing nasty, wasn't nothing strange. The Most High didn't say you got to repent for having two wives. No, it was normal. That's what people did. There's only the so-called perverted nations that say only have one wife, and then they turn around and have sex with animals, have sex with other men. And then you got nations that say, okay, you can have more than one wife, but you got to get the other wife's permission. A compromising. All right, go ahead.
If a man who have a wayward and rebellious son,
So stubborn and disobedient. Child don't want to listen. Go ahead.
who does not hearken to the voice of his father,
Don't want to listen to his mother and father. Rebellious son. All right? Rebellious son don't want to obey his mother and father. Go ahead.
and the voice of his mother,
Want to obey his what?
the voice of his mother.
So he ain't saying you can't tell me what to do to his mother. He expected to obey his mother. All right? Obey the voice of his father, the voice of his mother. Now the child belongs to the father, whether you like it or not. So if you got a woman, if you got a baby by that woman, that child supposed to belong to you, not the woman. So that's what American society teaches you. And I applaud you women that have given your son to his father. I applaud you women that have done that. There's only, might be another woman, but there's one woman in particular I know that literally did that. All right? A couple of women that should do it, but I know one that did. Gave her son to hear. All right? But a lot of times y'all just not looking out for the best interest of the child. You want your own best interest. But the child belongs to the father. Child, when you go into the, what's that? What's that, Galatians 6, right? When you go into Ephesians 6, it tells the father to bring up the child in the nurture, in the admonition of Yahweh. Bring up means to what? Raise him, right? So the father is the primary guardian of the child, according to the Bible. According to our culture. Well, the reason our family unit is messed up, Ariashan, is because the white man is giving us his rules to play by. And he's leaving out Yahweh's rules. That's why our families are messed up. So that's why the white man is messing up. He's giving us a mixed up rules for what the Most High said. But you go into other countries, especially Muslim countries, the father has the right over that child. Even in parts of Africa, the father has the rights over that child, not the mother. I ain't giving my rights up to nobody. Well, the Most High gave the man the rights. So who gave you the rights? Who gave you the rights? Not the Most High. Yahweh gave it to the man. That's why every man in the Bible that you read about, it say, so-and-so, the son of who? His father. Coming from the tribe of who? His father. Right? Coming from the tribe of his father. Ephraim and Manasseh. Who is your mother? Your mother's a Hamite. Ephraim and Manasseh. Your mother's a Hamite. That married Joseph. But you are what? Israelite. A Josephite. Ephraim or Manasseh coming from your father all right, who was Joseph. But then your mother was a Hamite. Mother was a Hamite. All Judites today that came from the line of King David. Your mother, I'm sorry, not Judites today from the line of King David, but all Judites. Your mother was a what? Was a Canaanite, a Hamite. But you are tribe of what? Tribe of Judah. All right, so Tamar was not an Israelite when you read the Bible. Because what? Wasn't no Israelites. So let's say she's not a quote unquote, let's say you want to argue and say, well, she wasn't a Ham. Okay, well, she wasn't an Israelite. That's my point. Wasn't no Israelites before Israel was born. All right, so she was a Gentile woman. All right, so let's continue.
But he does not hearken to them.
You don't want to listen to your mother or father. What the Most High say to do?
Then his father and mother shall grasp him.
Ain't that what your mother do to you? When she get mad at you? Ain't that what she used to do? Sit down for she would snatch your little, right? Snatch you up, right? Grandmother's mother. The Most High say, snatch him up. But what's gonna happen when that's 350 pound, all right, 6 foot 4 son? Can them parents snatch him up? No. So what they gotta do then? That's why you gotta have judges and officers in all your gates. Now they call for the enforcement. All right? That call for enforcement now. Snatch him up. What they do when they snatch him up? Read.
And take him out to the elders of his city.
Bring him to the what?
The elders of his city.
To the camp leaders.
The elders of his city.
There might be camp leaders, but you gotta be an elder. A lot of you camp leaders, you're not elder, but you're giving yourself some authority over people, man. You ain't got no authority over people. You a teacher of the Bible. You a teacher of the Bible. You're not a community pillar of leadership yet. You gotta what? You can give me some of that one inside of a glass jar. All right, you gotta wait. You gotta pay your dues, man. You ain't David. Even David had to what? Pay his dues and wait in turn. You gotta wait your turn, man. Hey, get that to her. Get that to her. She just used that to wipe her face, wipe her eye. All right, you gotta pay your dues, man. A lot of you young men want to try to make yourself equal to the older men, when the Most High specifically tell you, don't do that. Don't try to make yourself equal with what? What does the scripture say? Don't try to make yourself equal with a great man. With great men. And what men are the greatest? The one that do and teach the commandment. So it's saying, you young brothers, they say don't try to make yourself equal with the Torah livers and the Torah teachers. You think because you get out there teaching people certain scriptures that puts you on a level of the men that came. That's the Most High talking, not me. Let me go give me Ecclesiasticus chapter 32, give me verse 9. Yeah, can't say yeah, because that's going to be still confusing. Keep reading, man. We're reading the Torah. We're reading the Torah. Go ahead.
And the gate of his place.
So you bring them to the gates of the city, the gate of the place. Go ahead.
And they shall say to the elders of his city, the son of ours is wayward and rebellious. He does not hearken to our voice.
So the son don't like to listen. Go ahead.
He is a glutton and a drunkard.
All he want to do is drink and eat. All right, let's call where you at.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, 32, verse 9.
Ecclesiasticus 32 and 9. Read that loud.
And if thou be among great men.
If thou be among what?
Great men.
He that doeth and teach the commandments is what?
Great men.
So that's who great is in the Bible. If you be among great men, go ahead.
Make not thyself equal with
Don't
them.
try to say, well, yeah, I'm on the same level with these guys that's over here because I'm a camp leader also. So I'm on the same level with them. The Most High said, don't do that. He specifically said, don't do that. All right, go ahead.
And when ancient men are in place,
When older men, ancient men, elders are in place, go ahead.
use not many words,
Hold your tongue. Don't be doing a whole bunch of talking. The Most High said, hold your tongue. Don't talk a lot. He said, don't be doing a whole bunch of talking, man. All right? So if he's talking about the older men, he obviously is talking to who? The younger men. All right, guys, okay? Let's go back into the Torah now. Deuteronomy chapter 21. Go ahead.
All the men of the city shall poke them with stones.
So all the men in the city picked up rocks and threw them at him. That's what we did to disobedient children. Wasn't we gonna just keep talking to you? Oh, you 18, get out my house. You got killed. You got killed if you was a disobedient child. You got killed. All right, go ahead.
He shall die, and he shall remove the evil from
Remove the evil from among you. Go ahead. Actually, you're supposed to stop at you're supposed to stop at 21. No, you're supposed to stop at 21. Go ahead.
And all that shall hear, and they shall fear.
So everybody would hear and fear when they saw, yo, Parazah got put to death by rocks because he disobeyed his mother and father. So you're going to be like, yo, I'm going to be obedient. If you even knew that was the option, you'd be obedient to your parents. We'll be like, I'm sick, man. Get on my nerves. I'm trying to tell somebody to do something. Do it your own damn self. That's what you say in your brain. That needs to be stirred up a little bit. You got some sediment on it. Do it your own self. You can't tell them what to do. Always want some excuse to be disobedient. Most I say, kill him. Kill him. You don't want to listen? Just kill him. But let's do counseling. Kill him. Put him on Ritalin. Kill him. Put him on. No, he needs some therapy. No, kill him. The Most I said, kill those that disobedient son. All right. So that's verse 20. That's verse 21. All right, Asha, you got 22 through chapter 20, verse 22 through 22:7. All right, so Deuteronomy chapter 21, verse 22 through 22:7.
Deuteronomy chapter 21, verse 22. If a man shall have committed a sin whose judgment is death, he shall be put to death, and you shall hang him on the gallows. His body shall not remain for the night on the gallows, rather you shall surely bury him on that day. For a hanging person is a curse of Elohim. You shall not contaminate your land, which Yahweh, your Elohim, gives you as an inheritance. Kal Shirah, Debar Yahweh, Na'isha, Benashemai. All Yahweh said, what are we doing here?
So if somebody commits a sin, and that sin is worthy of being punished with death, like for example working on the Shabbat, then you hang that person on the gallows, which is where you hang the person with a rope, and then you can't leave that person's body like just hanging overnight or like any extended amount of time. You're supposed to bury them on the day that they get hanged once they're dead, and because that's like a curse, and we don't want to contaminate the land command that Yahweh gave us.
Right. So, okay, give me an example of a sin that's worthy of death. Huh? Working on the Shabbat. So what you gonna, now we're reading it right here. The Most High said if you work on the Shabbat, you're gonna get put to death. But Israel violated the Shabbat. When you go to the book of Jeremiah, the Most High said, look, let's start out with something very basic. Just keep the Sabbath. Let's start out right there. Israel said, no. The Most High, okay, you're going to go into slavery under the Babylonians. Captivity. Under the control of another nation. Only time we was under the control of another nation was when we were disobedient to the Most High. Other than that, we were autonomous. Nobody ruled over us. We did everything according to the Torah and our own leaders. But if you broke the Sabbath and you got put to death, the Most High said, we don't want that land to become defiled. So they took you down and buried you. All right, go ahead. Chapter 22, verse 1 through 7.
Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 1.
Uh-huh.
You shall not see the ox of your brother, or a sheep, or a goat cast off, and hide yourself from them. You shall surely return them to your brother. If your brother is not near you, and you do not know him, then gather it inside your house, and it shall remain with you.
So you know people say, well, I don't know that nigga, that ain't my brother. What the Most High said, if you don't know him, how you gonna be your brother if you don't know him? Because he Yasha Allah. He keeping the law, statutes, and commandments. He from your bloodline. And then Yahushua went a step further though. Yahushua gave us a higher level of brotherhood. He said what? Who is your father? Who is your brother? Them that do the will of your father. So that's different levels. You got the biological, then you got the spiritual. This right here is talking about the biological brothers of your people. Possibly even the proselyte too. But then you're going into what? Then you're going into the spiritual brotherhood that Yahushua was talking about. Right the water. Spiritual brother that Yahushua was talking about. So if you see your animal or something that belongs to your brother go astray, you're supposed to what? Bring it back to him. Go ahead.
And it shall remain with you until your brother inquires after it, and you return it to him. So
ain't no such thing as finders, keepers, losers, weepers. Y'all heard that before? Ain't no such thing as that. It's finders, keep it until the owner comes to seek it. Finders, keepers, losers, seekers. And then when he seeks it and he finds out you have it, now let's check that out, man. This shows you the structure and the order that Israel was dealing with across a whole country. I had to have some place to go to where I was to ask them, hey, you seen the ring? You seen the ring? You seen the ring? No, I went to one central authority, probably with the judges or the officers. Did somebody turn in the ring like this, like a dome, got like a squirrel on top of it? Oh yeah, let me check. This so-and-so turned it in. Or you would register it with that company, with the people. Hey, I found so-and-so, and I'm gonna give you the notice that I found it. So everything was done decently and in order. We had a real government. Even now, even to this day, when you technically in America, here in Turkey, when you lose something, you're supposed to take it where? To the police station. But everybody like, I ain't gonna go there, my stuff ain't there. Because nobody really keep that law. But the Most High said, if you find something that ain't yours, you're supposed to take care of it. Go ahead.
So shall you do for the donkey, so shall you do for the garment, and so shall you do for any lost article of your brother that may become lost from him when you find it. You shall not hide yourself. You shall not see the donkey of your brother or his ox falling on the road and hide yourself from them. You shall surely stand them up with him.
So if your brother needs help with his donkey, you're supposed to help him. If you see anything belong to your brother, you ain't supposed to keep it like, that's mine now. You're supposed to help him with it. Get it back to him. And if there's an animal that needs help, you're supposed to help with the animal too. That's basic decency. Go ahead.
Male guard shall not be on a woman.
And what? Hey, can y'all pull that into the middle a little bit to kind of block that stream, that beam that's coming in here right in the middle right there? Because that reflection off of that, the whiteness of the floor, man, is blinding. Just the whole joint, just pull a whole a bunch in, so we're gonna block the other light. Yeah, just block that white right there. A little bit over to your left. Yeah, perfect. Yeah. Whew. Man, that thing was. Man, I feel like. Okay. So now, the one. What? Read that again.
Male garb shall not be on a woman.
Now, a woman shall not wear that pertaining to a man. What is that talking about? That's not talking about pants. Sorry to bust your bubble. That's talking about the outer garment of the woman, of the man. This right here goes into the word gabar in the Hebrew, which means a warrior, a strong man. So a woman is not supposed to wear the garment of a soldier, the garment of a strong man, which is what? Which means a tunic that's like up to here. You got a tunic on that's coming up to here, above your knees, above your thighs. That's what it's talking about. What you got on underneath of it, that's your business. All right, that's your business. So the pants were an undergarment. And reading the law kind of makes you rekindle that, because you might be like, well, I'm going to walk around in my shorts. But then you read the law, you're like, hold up, no. That was draw. I need to have a tunic on to cover my loins that come at least thigh or mid-thigh. All right? Now, that was for war. That was for war. Now, I'm talking to myself now. That was for war. So when you not at war, when you walk in the street, when you in the house, or when you in a private area, you got to do it according to the environment that you in. But going out in the street, in that warrior stance, the warrior mind, yeah, a man can have a garment on from his thighs all the way down to his feet. His discretion. The woman cannot have on a garment that comes all the way up to her thigh and above. Really, when you really go into the history and go into the Hebrew, a woman having anything on that was above mid-calf, the Most High called that exposure, right? The Most High called that exposure. We might get into a lesson. I did a lesson about it years ago on my old YouTube, my old Facebook channel. I think I got some, but Facebook page. But going into that, man, you know, it's a whole lesson. So let's stick with the Torah. The woman having a garment on that's above her knees is breaking the law. If she got on pants on underneath of it, that's her business. She might need, it might be winter time. All right? It might be winter time. She might be cold. She might need stockings on. Because saying a woman can't wear pants is like saying she can't wear stockings or tights. Those are all forms of pants, breeches, trousers. But she had on the pants, but she would have on a garment over top of it, a tunic. And it's not until recently that the woman started wearing pants, you know, free fall. You know, what's his name, Tom Petty? Free falling. So now the woman wearing clothes like a man, it is not talking about pants. It is talking about the length of her tunic. The woman is supposed to have on a tunic at all times. Her thigh is not supposed to be exposed. Her form of her thigh is not supposed to be exposed. The clothes ain't supposed to be tight on her body. That's why when they talk about modest apparel, modest compared to who? There's only two kinds of clothing, male and female. So her clothes supposed to be modest compared to the what? The male. So they're supposed to be looser, supposed to be longer, supposed to be less revealing. Okay? Less revealing. All right, so anybody know what that scripture said about the thigh? Can anybody mouth it to me? It says the thigh, or does it say thigh or calf, leg, bear?
Make barely die or something.
I don't know, going over the water. Is one about going over the waters? Make bare the thigh is one of them.
It's Zechariah, I think.
It's one in Zechariah. I think Isaiah talks about it. Somebody, just maybe look it up real quick. I want to get that. Go ahead.
And a man shall not wear a woman's garment.
So now you trying to wear a corset. It's on my phone? Okay. So a man ain't supposed to wear a woman's garment. Cross-dressing. So if you can't be a cross-dresser, you sure as hell ain't supposed to be no transgender. If the Most High said don't even dress like a woman. All right? That's, you got your little accessories and stuff on. Look at the old cultures, man. You got it? Read that. See if this is what you're talking about.
You want the context or just straight to the point?
Straight to the point.
It says, Isaiah 47:2. Take the millstones and grind the mill. Uncover thy locks.
Uncover thy locks, meaning uncover your hair. Not your dreadlocks, but uncover your hair. Go ahead.
Make bare the leg.
Make bare the leg. Go ahead.
Uncover the thigh.
Uncover the thigh. So is it leg or thigh? Uncover the thigh. Now let's go to the Hebrew for that word thigh. We're going to show you what the Most High is talking about.
Shawakwa.
What does it say? Sha-wa-kwa. Sha, meaning tooth, wa, peg, qua, eye of a needle, ha'a, behold. Tooth, grinding. Okay, so the tooth, grinding, rubbing together, that's your upper legs. Wa is pegged together, that's your foot, your foundation. Qua, that's maybe going into the private area, the eye through the needle, or the needle through the eye, and then the ha'a, behold, and check this out. Give us the wording of it. They got the, go ahead.
For which word?
What was it, shock?
You want the definition of that?
Yeah, what was it,
Shawakwa.
Shawakwa. Yeah.
Says, leg, thigh, specifically the lower leg, calf.
Okay, see that? So, making bare the thigh was you having your lower calf exposed. That's the Hebrew concept. That's why sometimes, man, you see a woman, especially Yasha'Allah women, boy, they be making sure they got them pumps on and they skirt come to their knee and they make sure they got their thigh is greased up, boy. Especially they got like a little muscle right there and they walking and they be like, woo, woo. So her thigh, her even the calf, they call that sexy. Make sure she got it all Vaselined up. All right, with some sparklies on it. And her thigh, her calf, the muscle on it is showing. And then she got the one, you know, and that's even making the calf come out even more. The Most High said, nah, don't do that. Cover your calf up. All right, what else to say for that? Let's go into Jacinius. Touch that Jacinius.
Says the leg, the part of the body from the knee to the foot, with which one's walks or run.
From the knee to the foot. Now read the anything else essential in that? Now let's go back to
It just gives verses.
Let's go back to the to that verse again.
Okay. Isaiah 47:2. Take the millstones, grind the mill, uncover thy locks.
So the woman initially, before the Most High was punishing her, she had her hair what? Covered. Now say, uncover your hair. Go ahead.
Make bare the leg.
Show your leg now. Expose your leg. Wear tights and pants and let everybody see the shape of your leg. Go ahead.
Uncover the thigh.
Uncover the thigh. Wear your knickers. Because that thigh, that word, doesn't mean what they say it means. The Hebrew means from the knee to, it said the knee to the calf, right?
Knee to the ankle.
Knee to the ankle. That's why we get down how we get down. You know? That's why the men, he got on the garment that comes just below his knee at a split, but the women garments are all long. All right? And that goes into the whole, you might not think it is, but that goes into them splits women be having too. I ain't supposed to see the leg inside that split either, because that's just a peekaboo. That's just a peekaboo. Because your leg is still exposed, it's just, you know, so you got to cover that up too. And I think it was Lauryn Hill back in the day that first started taking jeans, making them into skirts and stuff, right? I remember Lauryn Hill was doing that back in the day. Or maybe somebody I know that looked like Lauryn Hill. I don't know. I know Lauryn Hill was doing that. She had some skirts and dresses on. So if you got that split, you can put a gusset in it. With material, triangle shape, and sew it on there, and you're good to go. So the scripture is saying, this is how a woman is supposed to dress. And this is how a man is supposed to dress. No cross-gender dressing. So you got to understand the law and read the law, then apply the law. And then you have more respect for the Most High. Everything is addressed. What else you got? Well, how is that? Do you have the other? Do you have the other references? Can you read the other scriptures where that word is used? You want blue letter?
Yeah.
Okay. It should come up under that Strong's number. Sure. Empty, ain't it? Loading. Okay, we're waiting for it to load now. I know you're ready to get back to reading. Just bear with us. Loading yet?
No, I'm just looking for the comparative verses.
I mean, did you look up that Strong's number? That Strong's number should give you all the verses with that word in it. The thigh, that thigh word. Is your battery pack charged again? It ain't. Hello, I had charged it though. You didn't use it after that, did you? When I charged it,
Yeah.
you did, and then you didn't charge it. And you got anything on it? A little bit.
I can go check.
Nah, it's alright. We probably have to move this over here and get it plugged in. Let's get a cord for this.
Those are just the verses with the strong bit.
Okay. Shoulder. Oh, the shoulders get into the front part of the animal. The front part of the animal. Now it says the Most High said he would smite thee with the knees and in the legs. Okay. From the sole of your feet to your head. Then this one says the hip. This one says shoulder again for the animal. Legs of man. Legs of the lame. Legs of the pillars. Uncover the thigh. Make bare the leg. All right, so you have to hit the button on there too. And plug it in. Yeah, it's plugging in right there. All right, so okay, all right, the water up. So we see what it means. What was that? 37:2. 47:2. Isaiah 47 verse 2 talks about the thighs of the Israelites used to have, how they use that word. All right. All right, so let's go back. Let's go and finish reading inside the Torah.
Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 5. Male garb shall not be on a woman, and a man shall not wear a woman's garment.
Mm-hmm.
For anyone who does so is an abomination of the
So it says the person is an abomination to the Most High. All right. That word abomination is also abhorrence, which we're going to see in a couple of verses. All right, a few more verses. All right, so this right here is talking about we're supposed to dress according to our gender. Some clothes are cut for a woman, and clothes are cut a certain way for a man. All right, so you ain't supposed to be rocking clothes that's made for women. We're talking about Eastern Hebrew clothes. We're talking about Israelite clothing. We're talking about righteous clothing. We ain't talking about, okay, this Chanel scarf is woman's scarf, so I can't wear it. Or we ain't talking about these socks is men's socks. We ain't talking about that. We're talking about the actual outer garment, and we're talking about, you know, how the appearance of the garment affects the genderization of the intent of that garment. But, period. Go ahead.
If a bird's nest happens to be before you on the road,
All right, so you see a nest, you know, where birds live at. Go ahead.
when any mother is roosting on the young birds or the eggs, you should not take the mother with the young.
That's when you see a pheasant's nest or a quail nest or a peacock nest. You're not supposed to take the mother and the eggs and the young. Go ahead.
You shall surely send away the mother.
You send the mother away. Go ahead, so she can go ahead and get with another mate or get with her mate and have some more little babies. Go ahead.
And take the young for yourself,
But you can take the young for yourself. Go ahead. Whether you want to eat them or you want to raise them. Go ahead.
so that it will be good for you and you will prolong your days.
So the Most High give you a blessing. You prolong your days for doing these acts of kindness like that. Okay. Now, Isaiah 22:8 through 23:7.
Isaiah, Van Troy, Van Gad, Van Yashar.
Amon Ra. Rock.
Yeah, but I could come here, how about Shem Mashiach?
Yabarakakari Yahweh Bashem HaMashiach Yahweh Shai. All right. So Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 8 through 23, verse 7. Now, you're supposed to read the Torah every Shabbat, man. Especially if you Yasha'Allah, especially if you're dealing with Mashara Yasha'Allah. You're supposed to you want to get into your own topics, your own breakdowns every Shabbat, but then you don't want to do what the Most High said to do. You don't want to read His laws and commandments. You don't want to follow Yahweh Shai's example, man. That's what He did. Okay? Hey, can you tilt that up just a little bit? That's what He did. All right, chapter 22, verse 8 through 23:7.
Deuteronomy
It's kind of crooked too.
22 and 8. If you build a new house, you shall make a fence. You shall make a fence for your roof, so that you will not place blood on your house if the fallen falls from it.
So if you had a roof on your house, you're supposed to make it, don't you know, like on our roof up here, we got that wall around it. You got a wall around the wall and like a little fence, right? Little railing around. You got a wall, then you got the railing over the wall. And that's why we paying more than the other people paying. Plus, we got it upstairs too. All right, so you got and up there, your roof. You got in other words, what's the law? The law is when you have a roof, you have to protect people from falling off of your roof. And if they fall, it's not your fault. What does that mean? That means that you have to put yourself in a position to protect people that come onto your property from getting hurt. I mean, you got a big old hole in the middle of your floor. Right when you open the door. And somebody say, knock, knock, knock. And you say, come in. And they open the door. Oh! And they fall down the hole. Whose fault is that? Oh, because it's not in the law, it ain't your fault? Whose fault is it? Who told them to come in? They opened the door. So they came in because you said come in. Shabbat shalom, Angelina. So that's the principle. Protect people that come onto your property. All right. You got 3 attack dogs in your house. Come in. Man, I thought they were not, I ain't know, you ain't got no excuse. Dogs biting on people. You see that? So you ain't supposed to just be careless with people, man. You're supposed to look out for people that's coming on your property. That's the principle we see inside the law. Okay?
Verse 9. You should not sow your seed with a mixture, lest the growth of the seed that you plant and produce of the vineyard will become forbidden.
Defile. So hybridization of fruits. Mixing a grape with you try to mix a grape with a cantaloupe. Most I say don't do that. Okay?
Verse 10. You should not plow with an ox and a donkey together.
Don't take a strong animal, an ox, and a weaker animal, a donkey, and say I'm gonna plow this field with both of y'all together. Yahweh said don't do that. Okay?
You should not wear combined fibers of wool and linen
Of
together.
what?
Of wool and linen.
Hello, of what?
Of wool and linen together.
So wool and linen. Read that again.
You shall not wear combined fibers of wool and linen.
Wool and cotton.
Wool and linen.
Cotton and linen.
Wool and linen.
Polyester and linen.
Wool and linen.
The law forbids wool and linen. A lot of y'all teach, and I believe this. When I first started learning and teaching, I thought that mixed fibers was a sin. Mixed fibers is not a sin. The sin is what?
Wool and linen.
That's the sin right there. What's the footnote say down there? You got a footnote about that? It might say something about the Egyptian, but no, not verse 12, verse 11.
It says, see Leviticus 19:19.
Okay, that's it. Okay, so wool and linen is what the law said. Now don't come adding to that and say you can't have cotton and linen, cotton and wool together. That ain't what it says. It says what it says. You want to add to it? Well, that means all mixed fiber. Okay, well let's go back to Deuteronomy chapter 10. Let me read something real quick. Deuteronomy, I'm sorry, not chapter 10, chapter 4, verse 2. Ye shall not add unto the words which I command you, neither shall ye diminish aught from it, that ye may keep, guard, and protect the commandments of Yahweh, your God, your power, which I command you. You see that? So he said, don't add to it. That's it. Don't add to it. Right? Don't add to it. So it say what? Wool and linen. Period. Okay?
Verse 12. You shall make for yourself twisted threads of the four corners of your garment with which you cover yourself.
That's talking about the Gedalion. Anybody got on Gedalion right now? No, anybody got on fringes? Gedalion are the long strings on your garment. Right? Let's show them Naira. Naida. Come up here. Come over here. Step through there, be careful. Come on. All right, so if you look right here, you see right here, or even right here, these are Gedalion on the edge of the garments. All right, right here, Gedalion sewn on, long. That's what Gedalion means. It means long. So that's Gedalion. Then she got on her little top right here too. That's Gedalion. Long strings. All right, that's Gedalion. All right, the water, which is different than this. which is fringes. Tazayatazah. All right? So the Most High said put on gedalim, put long strings on the four corners of your garment that you cover yourself with. All right? On your wing, the canopium, which means the edges, the four edges. So where that split is at, 1, 2 on one side, and then 1, 3, 4 on the other side. So it's called the canopium, the wing, the flap. But when it's together, it don't have no wings. I mean, the fringes, you put that on around the edge. Okay?
Does that new string come from the Talmud?
It don't got to be a certain color. We're not told it has to be a certain color.
I think that's what
You mean what they do?
Yeah.
Yeah, they say that they combine Numbers 15:38 with the blue and the fringes, the tazayatazah, they combine that with this, with the gedalim. And they said the gedalim got to be, what is it, katana, right? Blue is katana. The gedalim got to be katana. All right, or katana. The gedalim got to be that color too, but this Numbers 15:38. I stick with that one. Now, if you want to do both, I know some people do both to be on the safe side. Okay, they do both, but you got to have this right here is talking about gedalim, which are the long strings that people call tzitzis on the edge of your garments. All right, go ahead up.
Come on, verse 13.
Uh-huh.
If a man marries a wife,
So a man, he got a woman, marries a wife. What's the Hebrew say that on that? You can give me the modern or the ancient, doesn't matter.
Banapah with Kasawath.
Yes. It's just it's a yod and a god. For take. Kayakak Ayash. Yeah.
Asha, Waba'a.
So a man takes a woman. Right. So the cop he takes the woman, he goes into her. Go ahead.
And it comes, and if a man marries a wife, and it comes to her, and he hates her, and he makes a wanton accusation against her, spreading a bad name against her.
A what?
A wanton accusation.
He's spreading a what though?
Spreading a bad name.
What was the bad name that he's spreading? Let's see what the bad name is. Read.
And he said,
Said what?
I married this woman,
I married this woman.
and I came near her,
I had sex with her, went into her. Go ahead.
and I did not find the signs of her virginity.
And she wasn't a virgin. So for you to even say a woman wasn't a virgin was an evil thing for you to say about the daughters of Zion. Was an evil thing for you to say about the daughters of Zion. But when people were growing up, they was taught, oh, don't mess with the women as virgins, just deal with the whores. Because it wasn't about marriage, it was about fornication and wickedness and demons following us around for the rest of our lives. And Satan having people that he can work with that are going to give themselves to him through these sexual rituals that you don't understand the depth of what you're getting into. That's why when a woman is a virgin and then she start hoeing out there, her whole spirit changed. Her whole vibration changed. Her whole energy changed. Okay? Then when she repents, guess what? She's supposed to change back. You see that? She's supposed to change back to a pure state of mind, a more pure way of acting. You see? So the man brought up an evil name and said, my woman ain't no virgin. What? She ain't a virgin. Man, my daughter ain't a virgin, man. What the father do? Go ahead.
Verse 15. And the father of the girl.
So the father was still involved in the situation. So that whole broken family stuff, the woman over here, the husband over there, the father and mother separated, that was not a common thing in the ancient world where we come from. All right, read.
Then the father of the girl and her mother shall take and bring proofs of the girl's virginity.
So they brought forth a cloth, in most instances, a cloth that contained the blood that the elders and everybody seen afterwards, and they would seal it and give it to the parents. And they would keep that seal on it. And then they would bring it out and break the seal if they needed to prove that the daughter was a virgin. Go ahead.
And shall take the proofs of the girl's virginity to the elders of the city.
To the what?
To the elders.
So the elders of the city were legislators also, were judges also. So the judges and officers, them elders, a lot of times were the judges. That's why you see them wicked, evil judges in the book of Susanna. Then you see Daniel came in as a righteous judge, a young man as a righteous judge, and exposed the wicked elders. They had a spirit of fornication, adultery, deception, lying, and murder. How thirsty you gotta be, man, to want to have sex with a married woman and then try to kill her when she say no?
He said, one of them was a Hamite, right?
Yeah. Now, those two elders in Daniel's time.
I think he called one of them a Hamite.
I don't know.
He exposed one of them.
The elders of the city have to look that up. I don't think it was Hamites yet. But the point is what? That the elders of the city are the ones that they brought these cases to, so it's showing how the elders were the judges. All right? The elders were the judges. So now they brought the woman. So that's telling you what? Mind your business. You got the right people. When your son disobedient, bring him to the elders. Your daughter not a virgin, bring it to the elders. You brought it to the elders of the city. Not the camp leaders, not the congregation leaders, not the teachers. All those are good positions and good elements of Israelite society, but the word of what to do and how to do it when it came to the Torah was put off to the elders, the judges and the officers. And that's why nobody's striving for that job, to help Israel learn the law. Because there's no glory in that in the Most High's eyes. I'm sorry, forgive me. There's no glory in that in man's eyes. The glory in man's eyes is having 2,300 breakdown on every topic about the Bible. All right, wowing everybody, confounding, man, that's deep, I didn't know that. Y'all teach the Torah? Yeah, we read, we gotta keep the laws. How you gonna tell somebody to keep something and then don't tell them how to keep it? And you've been with this person for a year, 2, 3, 4 years, you ain't got to make that person responsible? That's like getting hired onto a job, all right, to clean a floor with a buffer and strip it down and wax it. And we doing everything on the job but that. And we go into the big gym room where you can play basketball at, the auditorium, and we wax a little corner. And then we go back and start sweeping and mopping other rooms. I'm like, y'all hired to clean floors. I'm not doing my what? I'm not doing my job. So you got to do your job, which is the Torah. That's the first level of understanding. If you don't get that, you ain't really gonna get nothing. All right, keep going, Salaki.
Verse 16.
Right.
The father of the girl shall say unto the elders, I gave my daughter to this man as a wife, and he hated her.
He hate her, meaning what? That's why you brought that lie against her, because you hate her. So all them brothers that's lying on each other, you got a spirit of hatred on you, man. The man lied on that woman, and that caused, the man hated that woman, and that caused him to what? Lie on her. No pun intended, right? Go ahead.
Verse 17. Now behold, he had made a wanton accusation against her, saying,
Man, now he talking crazy against my daughter, go ahead.
I did not find the son's virginity of your daughter.
Man, when I went into this woman, she wasn't no virgin.
But these are the signs of virginity of my daughter.
But he lying, see, because he got a proof that my daughter was a virgin. Go ahead.
And they shall spread out the sheep
Spread out the what? Spread out the what?
the sheet
You see that? They spread out the sheet. Go ahead.
before the elders of the city.
Now, what was on the sheet that they spread out that could prove she was or wasn't a virgin? The blood. The blood from when the woman first had sex. Might be a spot, maybe, a couple of spots of blood, but it was blood. It was blood from the woman when the woman first had sex with her husband. Okay, go ahead.
And the elders of the city shall take that man and punish him.
Punish him meaning what? They beat him. He got beat. He got beat. Go ahead.
And they shall fine him 100 shekels, 100 silver shekels, and shall give him to the father of the girl, for he had issued a slander against the virgin of
He
Yasha'Allah.
brought up an evil name against the virgin of Israel. So it's an evil thing to speak against the virgin of Israel. The Most High calls you to get beat and pay 100 shekels of silver if you lied on the virgin. That shows you what he thinks about maintaining your sexual purity. That shows you what he thinks about being a whore, being a harlot, just having sex with every man. And a lot of y'all women, man, a lot of y'all don't know y'all hoes. A lot of y'all don't know y'all hoes. If you marry a man, and that man, you can't get divorced and remarried, and you divorce from that man and get remarried, you a hoe. How many times you been married in Israel? It's supposed to be only once. Once you understand the truth about divorce and remarriage. Marriage, divorce, and you're supposed to marry once. I know sisters married men went out and had sex with another man, got divorced from the first man she married in the truth, and I use that word loosely, and then go and marry another man in the truth, and I use that word loosely also. I know women that said, you know what, I didn't understand marriage when I was with this man, and I didn't marry him expecting to be married to him for life, and he said he wasn't really married to me, that he didn't really want to be with me, but we were just trying to work some stuff out, see if we want to be together, and I got tired and I left him. And then married somebody else. Hey baby, you know we married for life, right? Yeah. You know you can't divorce, right? Yeah. You know even if I do something wrong and you divorce me or I divorce you, you can't go out there and get another man. Yeah, I know. And then sign papers. And then go out and remarry. You a whore. You a zanah. Let me just use that. You a zanah. Zanah is a woman that has sex and lays down with men outside the laws of the Most High and without the intent of that man being her husband for life. That's what a zanah is. Or that break that intent and go deal with another man. So the Most High said it's evil for you to deal with a woman and she's about to lie and then you're going to lie on her. Most High said whip him. Go ahead.
And she shall remain with him as a wife. He cannot divorce her all of his days.
Now, what about the flip side of that? Read.
Verse 20.
But
if the matter was true,
if it's true, go ahead.
And the signs of the virginity was not found on the girl.
The woman was not a virgin. She wasn't a virgin. Go ahead.
And they shall take the girl to the entrance of her father's house.
They take the woman back to her father's house, Naida. And what they do when they take her back to her father's house? Go ahead.
And the people of the city shall pelt her with stones.
The people of the city throw stones and rocks at her. So she dies. So the Most High said, if you got married to a man and you wasn't a virgin and you tried to pass yourself off as a virgin, the Most High said you deserve death. The Most High said it's a death sentence if you fake trying to be a virgin. That's kind of harsh, ain't it? Ain't that kind of harsh? Well, yeah, I married her, had sex with her, but then she wasn't no virgin. Oh, okay. What are we going to do about it? Kill her? Oh, my son, he disobedient, he don't want to listen. We've been telling him over and over and over again. He get drunk and he just eat all the food up. What are we gonna do with him? Kill him. And kill him. Kill him. Slothfulness, greediness, laziness, and drunkenness, and illicit fornication, sexuality, and things that the Most High, that we learn from our youth, and then we come into this truth, and we try to keep doing these wicked, evil things, man. We're supposed to be purged. Okay? So now the Most High said, you bring her out to the Father's house. If she passes herself off as a virgin, she don't have the tokens of virginity, you what? Kill her. Go ahead.
For she had committed an outrage in Yasha'Allah.
She had committed a what?
An outrage.
She committed an outrage. Something ridiculously foolish. Outrageous. Folly. Go ahead.
To commit adultery in her father's house.
To play the whore. Right? To play the zana in her father's house. Go ahead.
And you shall remove the evil from your midst.
And once everybody find out what happened to that girl, they're not going to try to do it no more. They ain't going to do it no more once they find out, well, if I act, that means if I act like I'm a virgin, I can get killed too. That means what? What she got to do? That means she got to go tell her father or her mother, I kind of messed up, laid with this man. And the Most High said, what? Now that man supposed to come to the father to give the father 50 shekels of silver and make the woman his wife. But the father can say no. All right? Was it Deuteronomy, Exodus 22:16? The father can say no. And once the father says no, that woman is a nah now. So when she get married, you can't pass her off as no virgin. You gotta let the man know, hey, she had sex with somebody before you, bro. I just want to let you know, keep it real with you. She ain't no virgin, she ain't pure. Ask a woman, you a virgin? Why? How you all in my business? If you was a virgin, yes I am, and I plan on staying that way until I get married. How many men you had sex with? Damn, why you all in my business? I'm trying to see how many people have been in your business. That's why. So the Most High tell you that you got to do it righteously. So now if you try to lay with that woman and you find out she was a virgin, you good. Well, she's a virgin, we good. You find out she's not a virgin, she had to kill her. That way the Most High said, you know what? Put away evil from among you. Go ahead. Deuteronomy 22:22. All right, hold on. Okay, yeah, keep going. Yeah.
And if a man be found lying with a woman who is married to a husband.
A man is laying with a woman that's married. Understand, the laws that we read about adultery, there's only one kind of adultery a man can commit. All right? There's only one kind of adultery a man can commit. With the woman that's not married. A woman can commit adultery with any man. Whether he's married or not, that's a sin. She could be married to me, and then she go out and have sex with any man. It doesn't matter if that man is married or single, that's adultery. But a man that's married to a woman, and then he tell that woman, I don't want to be with you no more. And then he goes out and marries another woman, Yahushua said, that's adultery. In addition to him having sex with another man's woman. That's the standard adultery. All right? Deuteronomy 22, go ahead.
If a man be found lying with a woman who is married to a husband,
Go ahead.
then both of them shall die.
Both of them die. But a lot of y'all brothers catch y'all women cheating on you, and you want to get mad at the man. Baby, why you do that? You hurt me. God, why you do that? I'm going to kill that brother, man. Both are supposed to die, the Most High said. The Most High is fair. He don't care about your feelings. Fair is fair. Most I said kill both of them. Go ahead.
The man who lay with the woman
Uh-huh.
and the woman,
And the woman, ain't no pity for her. Go ahead.
you shall remove the evil from Yasha'Allah.
You take the evil out the way. Go ahead.
If there will be a virgin girl who is betrothed to a man, and a man finds her in the city and lies with her, then you shall take both of them to the gate of the city and pelt them with stones, that they shall die.
Go ahead.
And the girl, because of the fact that she did not cry out in the city,
Uh-huh.
and the man, because of the fact that he afflicted the wife, he afflicted the wife of his fellow, and you shall remove the evil from your midst.
So if a woman is engaged to a man and has sex with another man, that's what betrothed means, is promise. So if a man has sex with an engaged woman, then both of them got killed. His eyes were open. Both of them got killed. The woman and the man. Not married, right? But engaged. I mean, I promise I'm going to marry you. Once you promise you're going to marry that man, you cannot do it with no other man, period. If you do it with any other man after that, you deserve death, what the Most High said. You deserve death. So all these, well, I promise, I'm going to marry you. Well, I didn't understand. Well, my father, that's wicked, man. All right. Go ahead.
Verse 25. But if it is in the field that the man will find the betrothed girl,
If a woman is by herself in the field and has sex with a man, go ahead.
and the man will seize her and lie with
The
her,
man takes her and has sex with her. Forces her, go ahead.
only the man who lies with her shall
When
die.
you find out the man gets killed, read.
But you shall do nothing to the girl, for the girl hath committed no capital sin. For like a man who rises up against his fellow and kills him, so is this thing.
I mean, she's a victim. She didn't get punished. She's a victim. She was engaged. She got raped. She don't get punished. Okay, go ahead.
For he had found her in the field, and the betrothed girl cried out, but she had no savior.
Right.
The man will find a virgin maiden who is not betrothed,
A woman that's not engaged, go ahead.
and takes hold of her,
He take hold of her and lay with her, have sex with her, go ahead.
and they are discovered.
Uh-huh.
The man who lies with her shall give her father 50 shekels.
You said you got to pay the father for having laying down with that what? The woman was a virgin. This ain't every daughter. A lot of them, you got to go to the father. No, you got to go to the father and give them talk. Nah, it ain't. You adding to the law, man. How you gonna add to the Most High law, which is perfect? You lose that type of status in society when you lose your virginity. And you better lose it the right way with your husband. All right? If the man will become your husband and somebody catch you out there and y'all link up, the man will owe your father nothing. It's like it was a one-time deal, unless something we don't understand about the scriptures. Because we see all the time virgin. Now, if she under her father's household, and she's not a virgin no more, and the man comes and I'm going to lay with your daughter, hey, it is what it is. Go ahead. You got to take what you can get now, bro. Like, second time your daughter done did this. Well, you owe me 50. No, I'm not giving you 50 shekels, bro. I'll give you $1. Why? What you going to say, no? And then your daughter going to have sex with a third man? You see that? So now you put yourself in a bad situation. That's why the scripture, you got to keep a careful eye over your daughter, man. And keep her in straightly if she seems like she got disrespectful tendencies and ways. And a lot of y'all don't do that. That's why a lot of pregnant, teenage, young women that have daughters that get pregnant, teenage, young women, come from houses where their father wasn't there. And they went out and had sex and got married, or had sex and had a baby and didn't marry the man. And you just keep the same cycle going and going and going. Once you bring a father that's in the Torah into your situation, whether you got a daughter whose father died, or you got a daughter whose father is in jail, Once you bring the man into the situation with the Torah, you increase that daughter and the son's chances of having a righteous life without making the same mistakes that we made. But because of people's idiotic stupidity, greed, lack of emotional maturity, they jeopardize the future of their children so they can have what they want to have right now. Because you want what you want right now, you're going to jeopardize the children because, you know, well, if you care about the child, why not do what the Bible say do about the child? Why don't the Bible ever say be a father to be a mother to the motherless? Why does it say be a father to the fatherless? Why don't tell the children? Why does it say the children are raised in the admonition of Yahweh by the Father in Ephesians chapter 6? You see that? So a lot of you women is jeopardizing and continuing the curses that's on our people because what? Because you don't like the way something is going and you want to be in charge. And I guarantee you, man, it's rarely, a lot of these women that go out and they start having sex and they start having children at a young age, a lot of them are sassy, they was disrespectful. That's why the Most High said you better break that child's neck while they're young. Because if not, they're going to bring shame upon your house. The Most High said that's a shame. I got to go there real quick, huh? Let's go into pass him his phone for the Apocrypha. Let's go into let's go into Ecclesiastes chapter 42, man. Ecclesiastes chapter 42. Let's read verse 9.
Book of Ecclesiasticus 42 and 9.
Uh-huh.
The father.
The mother.
The father.
The mother.
The father.
The mother.
The father.
The head of the household.
The father.
The male guardian.
The father.
The male protector.
The father.
The father, the Abba, does what?
Waketh for the daughter. When no man knoweth.
So the father is waking up dealing with situations with the daughter when nobody knows. He the one praying. He the one checking in. How she sleeping, how she acting, how she walking, looking at her face. A lot of times the father be paying more attention to what's going on with the children than the mother. The mother, bam, 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 I gotta cook, I gotta clean, I gotta do the laundry, I gotta braid this hair, all right? I gotta help with this homework, you know what I'm saying? I gotta make sure that this is right. And the father just watching, he might be helping doing stuff too, but he watching everybody personality like, yo, you know, he watching. Seeing everybody's personality. So he waking up, okay, my daughter is this. Why she sleeping she usually sleep in this position. She's been sleeping in this position for like the past 3 nights. Well, my son is acting funny now. He usually be doing this. So the father is waking when nobody knows. That means he's putting in work spiritually and mentally to make sure that them children are gonna be in the right state of mind. Watching after for their welfare. Read.
For the cares of her take away sleep.
So I mean he's gonna be worried in his mind dealing with these daughters. Taking away sleep. Meaning you might be talking to your grandfather, your grandmother, your wife about what to do about these daughters and these women. Go ahead.
When she is young, lest she pass away the flower of her age.
So he say, do it while she's young. Do it while she's young. Read.
And being married, lest she shall be hated.
Do these things so that now she can be married and you raise her the right way, or her husband's gonna hate her, like we're reading about in the book of we read it 2 places, Deuteronomy 21 and Deuteronomy 22. So the Most High is giving us a prophecy in the book of Deuteronomy that leads to Deuteronomy 28, showing us what's gonna happen when the father is taken out of the family. And the healing only happens when the father is brought back into the family. Under the Torah. All right, read.
In her virginity,
While she's a virgin. Go ahead.
lest she shall become defiled.
She should be what?
Defiled.
She out there having sex with people. She out there laying with other men. Now she's defiled. Read.
And gotten with child.
And what?
And gotten with child.
Now she's going to bring home a baby. Why? How?
in her father's house.
in her father's house. Daddy, guess what? I'm pregnant. Most I tell you what's going to happen if you don't watch over your daughter. And a lot of you single mothers, still single and married mothers, still thinking, well, I'm going to just do what I want to do with my daughter. Can't no man, and what they're going to do? They're going to go out there and have sex the same way, having children, disregarding the Torah. Why? Because you Israelite mothers, you think you God. You want to override the authority given to the man, and you want to make your own rules up about family. And the way you're going to pay for it is through your children. And you're going to repeat the same thing that your mother did. With a different reason, of course, unless you repent fully. Your mother left her husband, you're going to leave your man too. Your mother said, here, raise my children, you got to give the children away to get raised by somebody too. And a lot of y'all have done that. You in your mind, you got good reasons. You see that? So the Most High said what? That the woman is going to come and the daughter is going to come and have a baby while in her father's house. Go ahead.
And having a husband.
So if you raise her the right way, she's going to have a husband. If not, what's going to happen?
Lest she should misbehave herself.
She's going to misbehave herself. Means she's going to act a plumb fool. She's going to be disrespectful. All right, go ahead.
And when she is married,
When she is married, go ahead.
lest she should be barren.
Or the Most High might take away her ability to have children. And a lot of times this is passed from the mother to the daughter, them same attitudes. You want to find out about a man and a woman, look at their mother and father. And combine them together and see if you can deal with that. Combine them together. Combine them together. You can't even deal with that. Where the mom might be like this, father might be like this. Combine them together. Yeah, I can deal with that. Combine them together. Oh, heck no. I can't. Nah. Mother don't listen to the father. You know, and the father like men and women. Nah, I can't deal with her. What's going on? Damn, she fine though. So? Fine don't make a woman right. You see? Alright, so look, let me, since we right there, so that's dealing with the woman. And why are we going here? Because we're talking about the woman. That's why we're talking about it. Because we're talking about the woman. All right? Talking about the woman. Give me Ecclesiastes 7:24.
Ecclesiastes 7:24.
All right. Ecclesiastes 7. What chapter you just read? What chapter you just read? No, 22. Yeah, it was 30. No. It was 41. So now let's read 7:24.
Ecclesiastes 7:24.
Read that, man.
Hast thou daughters?
Do you got daughters? Go ahead.
have a care of their body.
Take care of your daughter's body. Girl, you need to go wash up. You put on deodorant. You wash between your legs. Did you soak in the water? Did you brush your teeth? The Most High say have a what?
Care of their
Why the
body.
Most High say have a care for your daughter's body? Because they are the vessels that's going to bring other Israelites into the world. They are the portal of life for all Israel. They bring forth the warriors, the kings, the priests, all right, the princesses, the queens. They bring forth the gods of Israel. The women do. So the Most High said you got to take care of their body, because that body is going to be used to bring forth the tribes of Israel. The Most High said take care of their body. Read.
And show not thyself
Show not thyself what?
cheerful toward them.
Ain't no hee ha ha. The Most High said don't be cheerful towards your daughter. But a lot of y'all be sitting back with y'all doing like, child, please, and honey, let me tell you. And then when your child be like, but I don't really feel like doing it tonight. Can I do it in the morning? And you be like, you better get up and do what I told you to do. Come on, please. I'm tired. I've been doing stuff. I did everything you asked me to do all day today. Can I just do it in the morning, please? What time is it? It's 1 o'clock. I take your butt to bed. And you better do it in the morning. A lot of y'all children be punking y'all out, man. And you be friendly and cheerful, and then the child what? That's why they feel comfortable disrespecting you now. Because you done played the whole, oh, this is my girlfriend. When your little girl, especially your little girl get older and start having her period and stuff, and then she start wanting to borrow your stuff, and then talking about girl stuff. Or y'all like bosom buddies now. But the Most High said what? The Most High said don't show yourself cheerful toward your daughter. What the next verse say?
Marry thy daughter.
You supposed to be getting your daughter ready for marriage. Go ahead.
So that thou have performed a weighty matter, but give her to a man of understanding.
But how you gonna give her to a man of understanding when you done X the man of understanding in your life out the picture? When you done been with damn 8 men of understanding. So you don't know how to deal with your daughter. You don't know how to deal with your son. You got to deal with everything according to the Torah. And if you don't like something somebody's doing that's your head or that's over you, don't matter. You ain't put on this earth to only do stuff when you like and how you like and where you like. You meant to be in order and instructed. If it's a seed, if you got dirt between a sidewalk and you put a watermelon seed in there, what's gonna try to grow? You think the watermelon seed gonna be like, man, I don't wanna be here? It's gonna what? Grow. And what's gonna happen? The watermelon seed it's gonna keep on growing and growing and growing, and that vine is gonna try to get into the dirt. And when that vine gets into the dirt, you know what's gonna happen? Most likely that vine is now gonna try to root itself in the dirt. You ever been out there picking something and you'll see it might have a root here, but then you ever seen that in the garden? It have like another set of roots. You ever seen it in the garden? It have another set of roots in the ground. So just because you still do it and root yourself still. And then the Most High can bring forth that growth. All right, now, one more about these women real quick, man. About the daughters, really, not even the women, the daughters. All right, about the daughters, man. What was that? Was it 42, right? 42. It's only 42. That's another one, man. I'm trying to take a weird shot. There's another one that tells you about your daughter, if you don't check her, that she's gonna do exactly what we just read about in Deuteronomy 22. Meaning she's gonna be sitting back, trying to lay with every man. Ecclesiastes 26, verse 10. All right, go ahead.
If thy daughter be shameless,
If your daughter don't got no shame, she want to talk back. She want to be disrespectful. I mean, how you gonna have, you know, I don't know, shameless, no shame, just acting and doing disrespectful stuff. And you see it happening, and you don't do nothing what you need to do to correct it. Which is what? The man is the head, not the woman. That's why women be arguing with that's why you rarely see a child gonna sit there and try to argue with their father. But they argue with that mother all day. You ain't gonna argue with your father. I don't care how soft-spoken gentle it is. Not too much, people. But your mother, you can negotiate with her. Whether your father raised you or not, when he says something, that's what it is. Your father be like, yeah, go get me a bottle of water from the counter. Oh, I'm looking at the game. Man, go get me a bottle of water in this thing. Man, I want to look at the game. So now the father like, okay. Now it ain't about the water no more. But you better get your ass up, go do what the hell I said, man. Before I put a hole in your chest with my fist. Man, Dad, man, ain't gotta be all that, man. I'll get your water. See, now that's the first instance. Now it's gotta be a follow-up with that. Because now the son who got a problem with the father, he gonna try the father again now. And then the father might actually have to drill the son in his chest. Just to show him, like, bro, this ain't how you get down in life. You see that? And then even Moses, when you go into the book of Numbers chapter 12, verse 10. What did Yahweh say in the book of Numbers? What did Yahweh say the father had to do to the daughter for her to be put away out the equation away for 7 days in Numbers chapter 12? The Most High said, Numbers 12 and 14, and Yahweh said unto Moses, if her father had but spit in her face, should not she be ashamed 7 days? So the Most High, Yahweh said, if you got your father so pissed off to the point where he spit in your face, the Most High said that the daughter is the one that had to be ashamed, and the daughter is the one that had to be put away for 7 days, away from everything, away everybody. But a lot of y'all politically correct. You could never do that. You shouldn't do that to a child. All right, well, that's why you got children not wanting to be what they was born to be. Boys want to be girls, girls want to be boys. Some of them want to be both. This is what you see happening in America now is exactly what happens when the laws of the Most High are disregarded. Exactly what happened. That's why the Israelite family is the way it is, because ain't nobody walking according to the laws of the Most High. All right, so let's do that Ecclesiasticus chapter 26, and let's read that verse 10 again.
if thy daughter be shameless,
If your daughter is without shame, smart mouth, talking, you know if your daughter got a problem. Like you said, every time I tell her to do something, she got something to say back. Smack her in her face. See what she got to say then. Smack her in her face. All right? That's what my mother did, and I turned out very good. My mother smack you in a minute, boy. Without no warning. Like, Dad, what I do? I ain't like what you was thinking. All right? Yes, you gotta smack her. And if that don't work, that's the first step is the verb. Second step is like the whatever part, the arm or something. Third part is maybe a smack on the face. The fourth part, if you don't go right to this, is gonna be piece of wood, piece of stick across the backside, like Yahweh said. Yahweh said, if you do that, you won't kill the child. Whoever got killed by a whooping on their backside from a parent with good sense. You see? I never heard nobody getting beat to death by a whooping from their parent. You? That's a,
Sometimes I thought I was gonna die.
it's a large piece of flesh. Then you get a whooping. Well, I'm sorry. You're sorry for everything, boy. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. I'm sorry. And then you hit him with the famous, I love you. If you getting when you start saying I love you, boy, you getting a real whooping then, boy. You really messed up. When you get the I love you whoopings, you really been bad. I love you while you getting your whooping. And that's why, and y'all people that don't know what I'm talking about, that's why y'all wicked, man. Half these people out there that's wicked didn't get behind whooped, man. Now there was people that did get their behinds whooped, but the ones that got disciplined in Israel, a lot of us got physical punishment from our parents. A lot of y'all might be, well, I ain't never, well, somebody whooped you. It might not have been your mother, it might have been your grandmother whooping you. And you felt, I don't gotta do it with whoopings. Most High said, do it. If not, you're gonna have the same thing. Physical punishment with spiritual guidance and direction under Yasha Allah, perfect formula to raise good, upstanding people in the world for righteousness. All right, go ahead. If your daughter is shameless, go ahead.
Keep her in straightly.
Don't let her out of your sight. Don't let her out of your sight. Go ahead.
Lest she abuse herself.
See what?
Lest she abuse herself.
Out to get all kind of tattoos, all kind of piercings, all kind of raves, all kind of drugs, all kinds of fornication through what?
Through overmuch liberty.
Oh, let them have freedom. You let them have freedom. Overmuch liberty, they're gonna abuse themselves. What the Most High said. But a bad seed is a bad. You can't make a bad seed a good seed. Judas was a bad seed from the beginning. Okay.
And watch over an impudent eye.
She got an empty, disrespectful, wanton eye. Not the way she's supposed to be. Read.
And marvel not if she trespass against thee.
Don't be, oh my God, my daughter did. Now don't be tripping when your daughter do something. Because you setting them on the stage. Why? Because you didn't do what the Most High said to do. So now your son is talking about, man, I think I was born in the wrong body. I think I was born in the wrong body. I think I'm really a girl. Or I think I like boys. Man, tell me, if your child ever come and tell you that, you should go to jail. Not because of what they said, but because of your reaction. Especially your boy. Especially your boy. Especially your boy. Yeah, I think I like boys. I think I like, next thing this boy here, I think I like boy. Beep, 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 beep. Where am I at? Where am I at? Beep, 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 beep. Oh, you at the hospital. I went to the hospital. Your father brought you up and said you collapsed. What's wrong? You know what I'm saying? So the Most High said what? The Most High said that don't be amazed when his wicked daughters start to be disrespectful towards you. That's the trespass. Go ahead.
And she will open her mouth as a thirsty traveler.
She will open her mouth. She will let out the things that are inside. Go ahead. As a what?
As a thirsty traveler.
Meaning she really gonna be thirsty. She's gonna be pressed. She's gonna open her mouth like she pressed. Now it's gonna tell you what it's talking about. Read.
When he hath found a fountain.
When you find a fountain, what you want to go to and you want to drink it. Go ahead.
And drink of every water near her.
That's talking about your daughter gonna be doing nasty things with it. What's that talking about? Putting her mouth all over stuff and all over places where they got no business. Why? Because she just want to desire. She just thirsty. She just want to experiment with these things. Well, your daughter feel like she want to experiment with things, she need to get married. Experiment with her husband all she want to for the rest of her life. Big old experiment. Okay? Go ahead.
By every head she will sit down.
Every head she gonna sit down. I mean, whenever she get a little bit of privacy to be nasty, she gonna be nasty. Go ahead.
And open her quiver against every area.
That means she gonna be opening her legs for every man to have sex with her. Become a zana. Just having sex with different men, different men, different men. Because you didn't want to do what the Most High said to do. Keep your daughter in straightly. Watch over her. And the Most High said, who's supposed to do this? Which parent did he give the responsibility to do this? The father. He gave the father the duty to do this. He tells the moms how stuff's supposed to get done. You see? Like that's it. Let's go back to the Torah now. That's a whole nother class we just did. I don't know who need to hear this, but all right, we in Deuteronomy chapter 22.
23, beginning.
No, we didn't do no, we didn't finish 23. We didn't do verse 29. Or 20, we didn't do 30.
No, I don't have 30. It just goes to 20.
Okay. Do your Kala Shara.
Kala Shara.
Kala Shara. The body Yahweh. Naishah. Shemai.
All that Yahweh said.
All that Yahweh has said.
What we do here.
Will we do and hear? You see that? Everybody supposed to do and hear the words of the Torah we just heard. Okay?
Deuteronomy 23 and 1.
Uh-huh.
A man shall not marry his wife. The man shall not marry the wife of his father, and he shall not uncover the robe of his father.
So a man should not marry or take his father's wife to marry her on paper or to marry her through intercourse. You're not supposed to deal with your father's woman, period. All right? Like Reuben did. Reuben dealt with his father's woman. All right? Go ahead.
Verse 2. A man with crushed testicles or a severed organ shall not enter into the congregation of Hashem Yahweh.
Mm-hmm.
A mamzar shall
Now that's going into coming into the holy place. All right? Now verse 2 of what?
A mamzar.
A mamzar is a child that's born from Leviticus 18 marriages. Those prohibited unions. A mamzar is not a child born from a Gentile mother. Because we already saw in Deuteronomy 21 that a man can have a Gentile woman that he took in war. So it's based upon whether this marriage is illegal sexually in the eyes of Yahweh, according to a standard established by law in Leviticus chapter 18. I got it?
A mamzar shall not enter into the congregation of Hashem Yahweh.
Uh-huh.
Even to his 10th generation
Uh-huh.
shall he not enter into the congregation.
Now,
of Hashem.
understand what it's saying. A lot of people think enter into the congregation means what? What most people think it means?
Come study. Come to the camp.
Well, yeah. Some people say it means get married. You can't get married. You can't even come into the land of Israel. Well, how the heck you gonna have 10 generations if you ain't marrying nobody? How you have 10 generations? All right, go ahead.
An Ammonite,
Which is so-called Japanese. Go
or
ahead.
Moabite,
So-called Chinese. Go ahead.
should not enter into the congregation of Yahweh.
They can't go into the holy place. Go ahead.
Even unto their 10th generation.
Even into their 10th generation.
They shall not enter into the congregation of Yahweh.
Uh-huh. Like Ruth. Ruth was a Moabite. All right, so she couldn't enter into the temple in that first generation. But her son could. Okay.
To eternity.
Mm-hmm.
Because of the fact that did not greet you with bread and water on the road when you were leaving Egypt. Because he hired against you Balaam, son of Beor, of Pethor, Aram, Naharam, to curse you. But Hashem Yahweh, Ya'alahayim, refused to listen to Balaam. Hashem Yahweh, Ya'alahayim, reversed the curse to a blessing for you, because Hashem Yahweh, Ya'alahayim loved you. You should not seek their peace or their welfare all of your days forever.
So there's no peace with no kind of Moab or Ammon. Okay. Go ahead.
Was that it? Verse 7?
Is that 7 for you? Okay. Over here is 6. No. No. Because it's picking up on a whole different theme coming up. All right, so you reading again, Zayathan? All right, come read in there. It's going to be, what was the next verse on there? 8.
8. You shall not reject and you might.
In the King James, it's we stopped at verse 6. But in here, in the regular Torah, it's verse 7. I mean, there, we get in verse 7. All right? Come forward a little bit.
Madwa. Barak.
All right, so now we're gonna get down to a touchy subject in Israel. All right, dealing with Gentiles. Who's that? Who said this? You got over here? Go ahead, do the verse, start from the next verse, finish verse 8. Go ahead.
You shall not reject an Edomite,
Well, go ahead.
for he is your brother.
So it doesn't say reject, it says abhor, which is a form of hatred, which is a form of like an abomination. So it says don't abhor the Edomite, which means you should not hold him as an abominable thing. That's what that word means. And it's talking about an Edomite. A lot of y'all might say, well, now it's talking about an Aramaic person, a Syrian. It's talking about a person from Syria. No, it's talking about an Edomite, what it's saying. You don't like it, and it's the problem you be having. You want to base your doctrine first, and then use that to interpret the Torah. But the Torah is clear. It says, don't abhor an Edomite. Some people might say, well, yeah, it's really talking about Aram. No, it's not. Any version of the Torah you get from any part of the world, whether it's an Ethiopian or whether it's a Samaritan, it says an Edomite. It says Adamya. And even I believe that the Samaritan even says Adawam. Is it the volume? Ooh, a cow or something? Okay. All right, so now it's telling you, man, don't abhor an Edomite, period. It don't say you gotta love him. This is my buddy, this is my best friend. The most it said don't abhor him, period. And because a lot of y'all don't know about war, you don't know about love, you don't know about hate, you think that means buddy, my best friend, I love you. All right, Shabbat Shalom, everybody. Don and Solomon. So the Most High says, don't abhor the Edomite. Period. That's what he said. I don't care if the Most High don't give a rat behind about how you feel about what he said. He said, do it or die. They're not gonna play the word game. They forgot the tittle on the right side of they put the tittle on accident. You don't put the tittle on accident. And you don't leave off the tittle from the resh. Ra'ash and Dalaf is two different letters. And when you look at the Torah here, it has it. It says Edomite. Look at the Samaritan Pentateuch, it says Edomite. Look at the Ethiopian, it says Edomite. Go ahead.
You shall not reject an Egyptian, for you were a sojourner in his land.
So Moses said, don't abhor the Egyptian either. That's what it says, man. I'm not going to go to no punishment for the Most High because your doctrine teach against the Torah. And that's why my doctrine is perfect when I can go into the Torah, show you what the Father said, and tell you what I believe once you go into Deuteronomy. Once you go into Romans or Revelation. I believe this because the Torah says that. And a lot of y'all are wrestling with that thing. You trying to make... Remember, Israel being known we Israelites, we just woke up recently. We ain't, by no stretch of the imagination, masters of the entire Bible. And very little time is spent by most woke Israelites studying the Torah. So you don't have proper doctrine because you didn't start with the Torah. You started with something else. You started with something else. I keep reading.
Children who are born to them.
Who were born of who? Edomites and Egyptians. Which means you had to have Edomites and Egyptians living among you. Children born of them shall what?
In the third day.
Read that again. Children what?
In the third generation.
No, children. Start from children.
Children who are born to them.
Children, they have their little babies. So you have my baby. Little Edomite babies. Now, I don't really like to be around the other nation at all. Ain't no nation I like to be around. No nation I feel comfortable. I only feel comfortable around my own people. So don't get it twisted. Don't start sending me hate mail. Oh, you're a Gentile lover. I love the stranger like the Most High said, and I love my enemy like the Most High said. All of them. But when it's time to go to war, when it's time to go to war, we're going to go to war. We're going to go to war. It's time to go to war. We're going to go to war. And I'll leave that there. But a lot of you non-warrior brothers, that's the ones that's trying to build up all this stuff now. When it's time to go to war, you're going to be a punk. Because you was all talk. See, I ain't all talk, man. All right? We ain't all talk over this way. All right? We feel how we feel. The Most High said love. Yahweh said love your enemy. All right, the Most High said, love the stranger. So guess what? I love my enemies and I love the stranger. And the Most High know that when the enemy and the stranger stand in the way of righteousness being done, they're going to get killed. With or without my love or my hate is irrelevant. When it's time to execute the commandments and judgments of the Most High, go to the book of Deuteronomy real quick. Show you something. We in Deuteronomy, right? Go to Deuteronomy 30. Hold on. Deuteronomy 33. Read verse. Deuteronomy 33, 8 and 9.
Book of Deuteronomy 33, verse 8 and 9. And Levi, he said, let thy Thummim and thy Urim be with the Holy One, whom thou didst prove at Massah, and with whom thou didst strive at the waters of Meribah.
So the Most High said he's going to take away a lot of Levi's power. He said, let your Thummim and Urim be with me. All right? Go ahead.
Who said unto his father.
He said to his father and what?
And to his mother.
What did Levi say to his father and mother? Go ahead.
I have not seen them.
I have not seen them. Go ahead.
Neither did he acknowledge his.
I didn't acknowledge his. He didn't acknowledge his what? His brethren. Go ahead.
Nor knew his own children.
And he put himself in a state of mind where he didn't even recognize or have any affinity for his own children. Go ahead.
For they have observed my word and kept my covenant.
Now what is he talking about? That's when Moses said, go through the midst and kill the people that's joined unto the golden calf. And Levi said, whether you my mother, whether you my father, whether you my cousin, whether you my brother, whether you my own child, if you went with that golden calf, The Most High said through Moses, you gotta die, so you gotta die. So all of the relationships with everybody was nullified, was irrelevant. You think they loved their father? You think they loved their cousins that was joined to the golden calf? You think there was relatives that they had that was joined to the golden calf? Huh? Yeah. What did that love change when it came time to kill? Huh? Nothing. Now the Most High said what? Jacob have I loved, but Esau have I what? Have I hated. That's what the Most High said. That's what the Most High said. I love Jacob and I hated Esau. But then the Most High come and say, you don't abhor the Edomite. That ain't the law. The Most High saying he hated Esau is not the law saying don't abhor the Edom. It's two different things. So when it comes time for war, Edomites, all right, Hamites, Midianites, Moabite, Ammonites, we're going to kill them all. That's what Yahweh said. Give me Micah 5 and 8. That's going to be the last verse, and we're going to get back to the Torah. See, a lot of y'all get it twisted. You want to argue about stuff, but what do the Torah say? We just told you what the Torah said. It said don't abhor the Edomite. When you meet the Most High, you can ask him, why did you tell me don't abhor the Edomite, and then you hated the Edomite? I'm not going to ask the Most High that question now. I'm going to do what he said to do. When I meet the Most High, if I get a chance and make it, I'm going to ask Yahweh. We can ask Yahweh. We ain't got to ask the Most High. Well, I'm going to ask Moses. I'm going to ask Moses and Malachi. We're going to get Moses and Malachi together, and we're going to ask both of them. Because guess what? They're coming back to us, right? Hold up. Give me a 2nd Ezra chapter 1 real quick. He can get it. Oh, you can get it in there too. 2nd Ezra chapter 1. 2nd Ezra chapter 1. And give me verse 38 and 39. Give me verse 38. Go ahead.
And now, brother, behold, what glory, and see the people that come from the east, whom I will give for leaders.
Go ahead.
Abraham, Isaac, Jacob.
They coming back. They all coming back. Read verse 40.
Nahum, Habakkuk, Sophonias,
Zephaniah,
Aggeus,
Haggai, Zechariah,
Malachi,
which is Malachi. See, we got to be a chance to ask Malachi face to face. They coming back. But the Most High said, how or when, I don't know. But the Most High said he's going to give them to us for leaders. Isn't that what he said? Unto whom I will give for leaders, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Hosea, Amos, Micah, Joel, Obadiah, Jonah, Nahum, Habakkuk, Zephaniah, Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi. That's what he said. So we're going to get a chance to ask Malachi, hey, what the Most High meant when he write that? And then we can work up the chain. You know. So the Most High, she said that my ways are not your ways, and my thoughts are not your thoughts. As far as the heaven is above the earth, so are my thoughts above your thoughts and my ways above your ways. So when we get in the kingdom, we can ask somebody that know, why did the Most High in Malachi chapter 1 say, Jacob have I loved, but Esau have I hated? But then in Deuteronomy chapter 23, verse 7, in the regular Bible, the King James, in Deuteronomy chapter 23, verse 8, in the Hebrew Bible, why he say, don't abhor the Edomite? Then it's the first thing I'm going to be like, well, abhor and hate is two different things. Let me start you right there. I hate. I'm telling you, don't abhor. Right? Because the Most High is perfect in everything. The Most High got a perfect hatred and a perfect love for everything. You don't got no, you still learning how to love. How the hell are you going to hate? You can't even love right. Your love is hatred a lot of times. I love you. Till you do something I don't like. Then I hate you. Well, I hate him. But I love him. He slept with my best friend. But I love him. I hate his guts. You see, you get, so you don't even, the Most High said just don't abhor the Edomite, meaning what? Abhor comes from the same word as abomination, meaning when something's abominable, it can never be made right. It's always an abomination. Always. But we clearly see that David, we clearly see that Saul had what? Saul had Edomites in his army. David had Edomites in, what was it, Dogon, right? Dogon the Edomite? Or Dagon? Dagon the Edomite. All right. Anyway, let's go back into the book of Deuteronomy chapter 23. That's why you got to read the Torah first. Once you read, what you got? Micah 5 and 8. Read that. So as I said, even though we love our enemies, all right, and we love the stranger, but guess what? Read Micah 5 and 8. But guess what's going to happen? Micah 5 and 8. Read.
And the remnant of Yahweh.
And the remnant of Yahweh, which is those of us that's left over after the destruction of our people, those that are in Jacob, read.
Shall be among the Gentiles.
We're going to be among who?
The Gentiles.
Edomites,
Gentiles.
white people,
Gentiles.
Arabs,
Gentiles.
Chinese,
Gentiles.
Japanese,
Gentiles.
Hawaiians.
Gentiles.
We're going to be among all the Gentiles. Go ahead.
In the midst of many people. As a lion.
As a teddy bear.
As a lion.
As a stuffed animal.
As a lion.
As a punk coward.
As a lion.
We're going to be among the Gentiles as a lion. Because guess what? A lion can love his cub. But what are you going to do when that cub try to raise up against him? You're going to take that paw, slap him down in love. So we're going to be as lions among what?
Among the beasts of the forest.
Among the beasts of the forest. Even though we love, we're going to be as lions among these people. Go ahead.
As a young lion.
As a young lion, go ahead.
Among the flocks of sheep.
Among the flocks of sheep, go ahead.
Who if he go through, both treadeth down and teareth in pieces.
Tread down and tear it to pieces. That's it, right?
And none can deliver.
And ain't nobody gonna be able to deliver you from the children of Yasha'Allah when the Most High raised us up. All right? Give me a 25:12 real quick. Ezekiel, real quick. Let's go right to 14. Ezekiel 25:14.
And I will lay my vengeance upon Edom by the hand of my people, Yasha'Allah.
And he's going to use his vengeance. We're going to be used to pour out his vengeance upon the Gentiles. All right? What was that? 2nd Ezra chapter 1. What verses?
38, 39.
Start from 38 and then we went to 40, right? Yeah, it was 2nd Ezra chapter 1, verse 38 through 40, Donald, read that. 2nd Ezra chapter 1, the last verses in the chapter, with all the names of the prophets, okay? All right, where you at?
That was Ezekiel. I got Ezekiel 25.
All right, read Ezekiel 25:14, go ahead.
And I will lay my vengeance upon Edom.
I will lay my vengeance upon Edom, go ahead.
By the hand of my people.
These hands are going to be used to execute vengeance upon the nations. We ain't giving out no Valentine's Day cards to people. Ain't no sweethearts. All right? We're giving out love and hate in your face. Do the right thing. Bam. Go ahead.
And they shall do according to Edom.
They shall what?
They shall do in Edom.
They shall do in Edom. Whether we love Edom or don't abhor him or not, he ain't going to escape the judgment of the Most High, man. But because you don't understand the Torah, you trying to act like that. I mean, I don't abhor the Edomite. I don't hate the Edomite. But he ain't gonna escape these hands when the Most High judgment is about to come on him. Is he? What do my love and hate got to do with anything? What do my human emotion got to do with the Most High executing that judgment by the hand of Israel? Read.
And they shall do in Edom according to my anger,
We're gonna do it according to the Most High's anger. Go ahead.
according to my fury.
Go ahead.
And they shall know my vengeance. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim.
So according to the anger of the Most High, that's what is going to be done to Edom. And the Most High have already said that I what? I hate Esau. So we're going to do judgment in Esau according to the Most High said he hate them. But for now, the Most High say be cool, baby, be cool, Jack. Lay back off in the cut. Love your enemy. Don't avoid an Edomite. And when I flip the switch, baby, it's go. When I get that green light, I want you to maul, maim, and destroy, cut down, and tear into pieces like a lion in a lion in a room full of sheep. Just do your thing, baby, and we're gonna be glad to do it. But a lot of y'all got misplaced emotional feelings, man, and that's why you think that hating a white man is something big for you. Oh, it's something big. I hate the white. It's something big for you. Anybody can hate somebody that's done, who people did them wrong for 400, 500 years. But now ain't the time for that. What good your hate gonna do now? Now is the time for us to deal with righteousness and try to wake up people back to Yahweh by Shem Yahweh Shah. The killing field is coming. But stop trying to act like you really at war right now. For real. While you clocking in at work. While you paying for your gas. In your enemy's kingdom. Talking about you at war. Starbucks. I'm at war with Starbucks. You ain't for real at war, man. Stop perpetrating the fraud. You ain't seen no parts of war. Let me tell you something. Being in the gang and being in the streets is not warfare. That ain't warfare. All right? That ain't warfare. Any person that's been to war, all right, the Middle East, Korea, Vietnam, they know what war is. What you experience in America, the white man let you call him the devil, you teaching on the streets, all right? You can talk against his government president. You really think that's war? That ain't war. That ain't no parts of war. All right, let's go back to the, you got everything out, right? All right, come. All right, go ahead, Zayatan.
In the third generation may enter the congregation of Hashem Yahweh.
So in the third generation, they can come into the temple. But how are you going to count their generations, man? Unless they register with you and you know who they are and where they are. So they lived among us, but they couldn't go into the holy place. They can go to the market and buy stuff for us. Even when you go into Leviticus chapter 25, it tells you that some Gentiles came among us and had money. And we say, y'all gonna go work for him. Right, go ahead.
When a camp goes out against your enemies.
Okay, so you read 7. Okay, this is gonna be the last one you read. Go ahead.
You shall guard against anything evil.
So when you go out to camp, the scripture said guard against anything evil. No idols. No nothing evil. Mainly get into the idolatry and the symbols of worship that the other nations use that we guard ourselves against. Okay, I'm already your turn now.
Amari bar Parazat bar Gad ben Shalom.
Amalwa, Barak.
Yabakaka how about Shemi Hawashah?
If there will be among you a man who will not be clean because of a nocturnal occurrence, he shall go outside the camp. He shall not enter the midst of the camp. When it will be toward evening, he shall immerse himself in the water, and when the sun sets, he may enter the midst of the camp.
All right, so that's when you go into war. All right, when you go to war, and then the Most High understands that these things happen. All right, Most High understands that these things happen. So what he said? He said when you go to war, and then the reason of uncleanness that chances him by night, meaning what? You had a wet dream. You woke up and sperm had released itself from your body. So the Most High said you got to get up and you got to go outside the camp. Okay? Go outside the camp. And when the evening, you ready 11 already? And when the sun goes down, when the evening comes, you wash yourself with water. All right? And then when the sun goes down, now check that out. When the sun goes down, you can come back inside the camp. That means that that whole period of you being unclean is over when the sun goes down. Which means that that day is over when the sun goes down. When the sun goes down, Shakata, right? When the sun goes down. So the sun is gone. The sun is completely gone. When your mother tell you lay down, what if your mother tell you, I want you to go into the room and lay down. And she come in the room. Now, remember she come in the room and you like this on the bed. In your mind as a child, you might think, oh, I'm laying down. She might lay down. And you be like, that ain't laying down. Laying down, your body is, you laying down, bam. You like a log you like a log in the dirt, on the sand, on grass. You just a log. Boom, your body is. I'm under the cover. I got my sheet on. I'm not being propped up no more. I'm laying down. The sun is fully down. All right. The sun is down. All right. So it says now when the sun is down, you can come into the camp again. Because the day is over. It's a new day starting. Because it happened by night. If now listen, what if you woke up, let's say it's the Sabbath, right? It's the Sabbath going on. On the Sabbath you wake up and you had a release of semen at night. And then the sunrise. For y'all people that trying to keep this, for the people that trying to keep the sunrise Sabbath, they should be able to now be clean. If your Sabbath starts at sunrise, if that's when the day starts, but now the Most High said no. If it's the Sabbath, sun comes up, sun goes down. When it's down, you wash up in the evening. Then when the sun is down, then you fully clean. So this is showing you how there's the Sabbath beginning and ending. The day beginning and ending with what? With the darkness. With the sun going down. Because you will sleep at night. All right? You will sleep at night. When the sun goes down, what did it say? Now you can come back in the camp. All right, let me see that in Hebrew real quick. 11. Oh, it's on this page? Okay, 11. 11. Oh, on here is verse 12. It says, Wadiyah la Pamroth, to the face of the evening, washing water, Hashemash. It says, and as comes Hashem as the son, come al come into the midst of the camp. So when the sun sets, when the sun is down, all right. When the sun is down, all right. When the sun is down. Now keep reading. Call your verse.
Deuteronomy chapter 23, verse 13. You shall have a place outside the camp, and you shall go out outside. You shall have a shovel in addition to your weapons.
So you have a place outside the camp. Go ahead.
And it will be, when you sit outside it, you shall dig within.
When you go number 2 or number 1, even, go ahead.
You shall go back and cover your excrement.
So excrement. When you go number 1 or number 2, it says dig a hole and then bury it. Go ahead.
For Yahweh your Elohim walks in the midst of your camp to rescue you and to deliver your enemies before you. So your camp shall be holy, so that he will not see a shameful thing among you, and turn away from behind you. You shall not turn over to his master.
So let's say you got a Gentile slave, and your Gentile slave runs away. Go ahead.
A slave who was rescued from his master to you, he shall dwell with you in your midst.
So if a slave runs away from his master, you can't give him back to his master. The white man gave us back, didn't he? The Most High said don't give that runaway slave back. The Most High said give him a place to live among you. See, y'all don't know the law. That's why your doctrines get, man. Because they don't know the law, man. They looking at these different doctrines, but what are they using as a foundation, man, to determine what these doctrines are? You see what I'm saying? What are you using to judge whether your conclusion is right or not? Huh? It's got to be the Torah. It's got to be the Torah. You got to use the Torah as the determining factor on whether my conclusion is right or wrong. You can't use nothing else. Nothing else is valid, man. Once you're lined up with the Torah, then it's what? It's perfect. It's eternal. So the Most High just told you what? If you got a slave that ran away, don't give him back to his master. It says, what does the next verse say? Keep going.
He shall dwell with you in your midst, in whatever place he will choose.
He can come and choose wherever he want to live at amongst me. See, a lot of y'all will have a problem with that. You see that? A lot of y'all have a problem with that. But the Most High said, no, I'm going to be a safe haven for the runaway. Now, what you going to feel about this runaway slave that came to live among you? You going to hate him? That's why the Most High said, love the stranger. Oh, he's an Edomite slave that ran away. Most High said, love the stranger. So now your emotions is governing how you interpret the law. Oh yeah, abre la cortina. Your emotions are being used to govern completamente, sí, completamente. Now your emotions are what's being used for right and wrong now, not the law. The law is clear. If you have a white slave, if you have an African or a Chinese slave, all right, and that Edomite, that Hamite, that Moabite servant runs away from you, the Most High said give him a place to live at wherever he chooses. Right here. Right there. Got the English on one side. What? And the word for choose, what? That should be maybe like bakar, right? Let's see if it's in here. What was that verse? You said you want to miss? Well, he shall choose verse 17. Zah, the Yah and Zah. Okay. It says, Yabakar. See that? Yabakar. The same word we use for first fruits, firstborn, bakar. Same word. So he chooses where he wants to be at among you, and that Edomite or that Hamite or that African, they can stay right there. And now what you want to do now, you want to go to all kinds of Ezekiel's and Isaiah's and Jeremiah's, and you want to go into all kind of Romans and all kind of Maccabees and all kinds of Peters. You want to say, well, this is why it don't mean that. Well, I'm sticking with the Torah. I'm gonna tell you, and that's the problem you're gonna find out as you keep the Torah. That's the problem that people are gonna have with you. Because Israel is already in a state of mind to where they can accept brothers with different doctrines, which is wicked as hell. But now you never be in a state of mind where you're going to accept somebody using the Torah to come against your doctrine. That's clear cut. All right? So go ahead and finish that verse.
Which is beneficial to him. You shall not taunt him.
You should not taunt him. You should not what? Meaning you shall not oppress him. Go ahead.
There shall not be a promiscuous woman.
Promiscuous. Now, what is this talking about, man? When you look at the scriptures, this Hebrew word does not say Saddam. It does not say sodomite and sodomite test. The Hebrew word here is quadshah and quadshah. Quadshah with an H and quadshah without an H, which means these are people that was engaging in sexual activities for the purpose of serving another god. Now, all of it is wicked, but these people had a reason behind their fornication. They had a reason behind their fornication. And their reason behind their fornication was to serve other gods through sex. You see this with the when the Midianites and the Moabites, when it was Balaam and Balak, and they sent the women in to have sex with the men. All right? When you go into the book of Numbers, chapter 23, 24, and then you go forward from there. All right? So now, this word, sodomite, does not exist in the Bible. So everybody want to make a post about sodomites and what sodomy is. Sodomy is a man doing it in another man's butt. That ain't what sodomy is. Sodomy, when you read the context of the scripture, was when you was engaging in illicit sexual activities for whatever reason. That's what sodomy was. Look it up. Go into Hebrew and look it up. You don't want to believe me. Look it up. The same word for a sodomite is the same word in Hebrew, the same 3 letters for the word holy. Check that out. Why is that? Because they was doing this for worship purposes. So whenever you having sex and it's outside of Yahweh's plan for a man and a woman in righteousness, guess what? You having sex, giving praise and honor to other gods. You're dealing with idolatry. When you leave your man and say, I'm going to go to another man, that's a sodomite. When you leave your woman and go to another woman, and you divorce a woman for no reason, or you just having casual sex with a woman, that's being a sodomite. All right? Anytime you do any illicit sex outside what the Bible says, that's going into, because remember, that word sodomy does not go back to Sodom and Gomorrah. The word sodomy in your Hebrew Bible, right here, deals with quadshah. The same word for quadash is the same word. Why? Because it's on a vile, opposite, wicked end of being holy. Okay? Have nothing to do with anybody's mouth or anybody's butt. All right? It's a man having sex with whomever for whatever reason outside the laws of Yahweh, going into Romans chapter 1, and a woman doing the same thing. That's why they changed that word in the English Bible. Because they didn't know how to interpret it. And that ignorance is the same thing that we engaging in. All right, let's read the Hebrew, man. And it's not Kodash, it's not Quadashah. You can even, matter of fact, read it with the vowel points if you want to. So we don't make no mistake for holiness. Kadosh. All right, read it. It should say, Tha Yahya, is that how it starts? Huh? Okay, it said La'ah, no, go ahead.
Sahaya,
No B, go ahead.
Watasha,
Quadashah, you see that? Quadashah or Quadshah. You can't say Quadashah because that means the feminine of holy. So it's a whole other word. But give me with the vowel points. Read it with the vowel points. That word right there, Quadashah.
Kodon,
Hmm?
Kodan,
Who? Qua?
Kodan,
Kodesha, go ahead.
Libanawa,
Of the children.
Israel,
Of Israel, go ahead.
we know,
And no.
Yihaya,
No B. Go ahead.
Qadesh,
Quadesh. Let me see. Give me the word. I see it. So that says, is it Quadesh or Quadish? Quadesh, okay. It says Quadesh. So that, why is the Most High giving us the word for the 3 letters for holy for a whore and a sodomite? Now you got to do the research to find out. I know the answer. That's why our brothers be saying stuff, oh, a sodomite this, sodomite that. That's English. You won't find that word sodomite in the Bible dealing with a man and a woman. When you go into the book of Genesis, the men of Sodom, all right? Now we know men of Sodom was into all type of sexual illicit wickedness, man. What y'all on lunch break in there, Zaquan and Isaiah? They on lunch break? All right, so go ahead. So now anyway, getting back to what this is actually talking about. This is talking about a man and a woman that basically had dedicated themselves to unrighteous sex with whomever, man or woman, it didn't matter. It was all done to the praise of demons, devils, other gods. So you got that woman that's out there being a prostitute, she was dealing with other gods. We had a man out there being a gigolo, dealing with prostitute, sexual acts at a Gentile type of temple in the time of right here. That was being a quadshah. Quadshah. This is not saying, okay, when a woman let a man have sex in her butt and a man have sex in another man's butt, or a man have sex in a woman's butt. That ain't what it's talking about. That ain't what it's talking about. Now, a man is not supposed to have no sexual contact with another man. So this man right here, a quadshah, had sexual contact with women and men, but in the worship of other gods. This is dealing with bisexuality, homosexuality, changing of gender, a man trying to tuck his stuff between his legs like he a woman, and then trying to have special medicine and herb trying to get a chest. Like what's dude doing that? Bruce Jenner? Like Bruce Jenner tried to do. This is way deeper than a man, how he have sex with his woman. This is on a higher, wicked level of demonology, man. This is on a high level of demonology. This is the guy that gets high, go to the club, and try to take a different female home with him every other night or every weekend. That's that man. This is the man that goes to the club looking to have sex with another man. That's that man. This is their mindset. This is the woman doing the same thing with other men and other women. That's their mindset. This is not dealing with anal and oral. This is on a higher level of wickedness than you could ever imagine. That's why you got to research this. You can't even go into the depths of it right now. But research this word, go into your Bible, and then go on the internet and type in the Hebrew letters for that word, or just go into Google and put in that Strong's number, or go in the Blue Letter Bible and put in that Strong's number and see how that word is used through the rest of the Bible. Maybe we'll do a class on that, all right, which would be the understanding behind Deuteronomy 23 and 18 in the Hebrew Bible, right? And Deuteronomy 23 and 17 in the English Bible. All right, but go ahead.
Among the daughters of Yashar'Allah, and there shall not be a promiscuous man, which is a sodomite man, which is a man that's dealing with wicked sexuality with other men and other women. Other men and women. All right, hold up. See something. This is 2 Kings 23 and 7. It says, and he brake down the houses of the Sodomites that were by the house of the Lord, where the women wove hangings in the grove. Now what does that mean? Is that the house, the special house that they would go to, where the men would have sex with the women in their butt? Is that what it's talking about? That they broke down? When you read this chapter, you see the chapter is about idolatry in the land of Judah. And these men had set up houses of worship. And part of that worship was having sex with men and women. And the women was having sex with men and women to worship other gods, which is totally outside any form of sex you having outside of the righteousness of the laws of Yahweh is giving reverence and giving worship to another god. All of it sodomy. You think, oh, I'm gonna go get this woman, I'm gonna go buy me a hoe. That's going into the level of sodomite, especially if that person. So we got to really have a class on that because there's a lot of misunderstanding about this topic in Israel. But read 2 Kings chapter 23, it gives you a little more understanding about it. All right. Let's go back into Deuteronomy 23. Go ahead. Among the sons of Yashar'Allah, you shall not bring a harlot's hire, or the exchange for a daughter, to the house of Yahweh.
So a harlot's hire. All right. Go ahead.
Your own hire, for any vow, for both of them are an abomination of Yahweh your own hire. You should not cause your brother to take interest of money. So
you loan your brother money, you can't ask for more back than you gave him. Read.
Or interest of food, interest of anything that he may take as interest.
No, if you give him something, you can't take credit. You can't take extra from him. Okay?
You may cause a Gentile to take interest.
But a Gentile, you can't. Now, how are you going to make a Gentile take interest if they don't live among you? What, you going to go to his land and tell him, give you your money? No, the Gentiles are living among us under our laws. That's how a kingdom operates. Go ahead.
But you may not cause your brother to take interest, so that Yahweh your Elohim will bless you in your every undertaking on the land to which you are coming to possess it. You make a vow to Yahweh your Elohim. You should not be late in paying it. For Yahweh your Elohim will demand it of you, and there will be a sin in you. If you refrain from vowing it, there will be no sin in you.
What verse you in?
Verse 24.
Okay.
You shall observe.
That's the last verse, okay? Go ahead.
You shall observe and carry out what emerges from your lips.
All right, so whatever you say you're going to do, you got to do it. Whatever, when you make a vow to the Most High, you got to do it. And that goes the same with a vow to a person. Because the Most High said, how can you say you love me, who you see every day, who you never seen, and you hate your brother who you see every day? Okay? So if you promise to the Most High, you got to do it. All right? That's it. So that's your Oh, yeah. Okay.
Just as you vowed a voluntary gift to Yahweh your Elohim,
Uh-huh.
whatever you spoke with your mouth.
Uh-huh. Okay. All right. Yeah, but I can carry how about Shemi how to shot. Right, you start reading. Call your verse. Now the verse and chapter gonna be different in the Hebrew Bible sometimes. Call your verse and chapter.
Deuteronomy chapter 23, verse 25.
Now it's gonna be 24. Yeah, it's gonna be 25 and 24 in the King James. Okay.
When you come into the vineyard of your fellow, you may eat grapes as is your desire to your fill, but you may not put it into your vessel.
So I come into your yard and you got grapes. Like when you was in Israel, you saw the grapes growing on the trees and growing on the vine. You took a picture of it and look at them grapes. You go over there and start picking them grapes. It's good to do. Get me bish. All right, they're gonna have a problem probably. Not knowing what the Torah said, because they don't care for the Torah. All right. So the Most High said you can eat the grapes. Go ahead.
When you come into the standing grain of your fellow, you may pluck ears with your hand, but you may not lift a sickle against the standing grain of your fellow.
All right, you can take the grapes, take the grain, but you can't eat it in a basket that you done carried around to fill it up. You can only get what you got, what you can get in your hand. That's it. Okay. Go ahead.
Kala Shara,
Sabar Yahweh, Naisha, what Nashimai,
all Yahweh said,
all Yahweh said,
what we're doing here.
we do right here. Go ahead.
If a man marries a woman and lives with her, and it will be that she will not find favor in his eyes, for he found in her a matter of immorality, and he wrote her a bill of divorce, and presented it into her hand, and sent her from his house.
Now we know now that you can divorce a woman now only for fornication, for sexual sins. Okay, only for sexual sins you can divorce your woman now. Okay, you can divorce your woman for sexual sins. Right? Because now look, Yahushua brought back into effect Genesis chapter 2, verse 21, 2, 3, 4, and 5, about the man and woman being one flesh. Only thing I can break that apart is if the woman go out and have sex with another man. That's the only reason the man can remarry, if he divorced that woman. And the woman can never remarry, because she's the rib of the man. So she can't go and belong to another body. The man cannot remarry if he divorces the woman for a reason other than fornication. But he can get a second or a third or a fourth wife if that's what he wants. Everybody got that? Everybody got that? Make sense? Which part?
You said if he divorced her, even though they're the second of her.
If he divorced her for a righteous reason, meaning sexual sins, or if he don't divorce her, either way, he can righteously go out and get him another wife, second, third, or fourth wife. But if the man divorces that woman and she didn't fornicate against him, he cannot get another woman. He can't get another woman. That would be considered adultery. Now the woman, whether she got divorced for a good reason, bad reason, the man was abusive, right? The man was loving, man was gay, man was straight. If she leave or divorce that man for any reason whatsoever, she can never remarry as long as that man is alive. Romans chapter 7 goes into Mark chapter 10, which goes in back to Genesis chapter 2, verse 21 through 25. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 2, and she shall leave his house and go and marry another man.
Now we know now she cannot marry another man. Not that the law has changed, but when you read Matthew chapter 5 and Matthew chapter 19, Yahushua explains why this law was put there. Then he tell you, you got to go back to do the way it was supposed to be from Genesis chapter 2, verse 21 through 25. The woman is one flesh with that man. She can't be another. She can't join to no other man as long as that man is alive. And Paul understood this. That's why he wrote, what was that, Romans chapter 6, right? That's why he wrote he wrote the beginning part of, was it Romans chapter 6 or 1 Corinthians chapter 6? Romans 7. For the woman that has a husband is bound by the law to her husband so long as he liveth. All right? So then, if while her husband liveth, she be married unto another man, she shall be called an adulteress. But if the husband be dead, she is free from that law. What law? The law of Genesis chapter 2, verse 21 through 25. Because it sure ain't the law we're reading right now in Deuteronomy chapter 24. So what law is Paul referring to? He's going back to the beginning, man. As it was in the beginning, so shall it be when? And what time we're living in now? All right then. So your house already showed us what we got to do with our. So you want to justify leaving your man, getting another man. Now, there's a lot of sisters been tricked and deceived out there. Where the man said, oh baby, I love you, sugar wooger. I love you, baby. But he really didn't want to be with that woman. He was trying, he's trying to do that H-Town on her, man. You know what I'm saying? He just trying to knock the boots, like Rex and Effects or something. All I want to do was zoom, zoom, zoom. Shake your rump. He's wanted to have sex with the woman. I give you the sun, the stars, the moon, the rain, and the mountains. I'll give you everything.
Times past, it ain't now.
Huh?
I said that was times past.
Yeah, ain't now. Ain't now. I give you a blunt and a molly. You know what I'm saying? That's it. So the point we're making is this. The Most High put into effect that you got to stay with that man. But the men a lot of times are deceiving the woman. 2, 3, 4 times. And the sisters, I applaud the sisters that go through that and stick to it and keep trying to find a man. Stand by your man. Get that Dolly Parton on them. So I applaud the sisters that go through bad relationships with these men and then they go ahead and get another relationship because they wasn't in the wrong. Because the man can say, yeah, I really didn't want to be with you to the woman. And he could be telling the truth. And that man can get away with it. But that's okay. We're going to straight out all these different things. Sabbath break and all that, okay, we're going to deal with all that. However, with all you brothers that's been dealing with our sisters in Israel and treating them like whores and having sex with them and kicking them to the curb, we coming after your ass, nigga. You can believe that. You can believe, because I wouldn't let nobody do that to my blood sister, and I ain't gonna let nobody do it to my sister from the same tribe as me, the same nation as me. So if you're a brother that did that, man, you need to have a written letter of confession and apology to the sister that you did it to, have it on file, and put it on record with the law enforcement of Masharal Yashala. Else we coming for your ass, baby. Because you can't keep doing that in Israel, man. You want to try to bang your sister out, and then want to try to, I really didn't want to be with you. After you done got the goodies, you want to try to get a refund. And you lost the receipt. You ain't had no, you stole it. You ate the stuff in the store. You rocking the shoes all up and down the aisle, I'm putting on these shoes. Balenciaga, can I try them on? Or can I go out to my car and see how they fit? How they fit on my accelerator? You rocking the shoes all throughout the area. Ain't bought nothing, so I'm gonna turn these back. Leaving for the next person to come and get the shoes you done dirtied up, man. That's wicked, man. You know what I'm saying? That's wicked, man. So the Most High, you in this truth, you should know better. And you camp leaders and you elders and you overseers, whatever, deacons or priests, whatever, that's letting people get away with that, man, got something for you too, man. Coming for you. Like I said, now if you broke the Sabbath or whatever, like Paul said, like Paul said in 1 Corinthians chapter 6. Well, yeah, 1 Corinthians chapter 6, Paul said that, man, every sin you do by yourself except for fornication. And that's why we got to bring that out. Fornication, sexual sins, you need somebody else to do, so that's affecting somebody else. So even Paul made a distinction between fornication and didn't he?
Yeah.
Y'all know that? And that's why, man, look, I'm going to tell y'all something, man. That's why y'all need to look online at the Torah classes that I was doing for over a year. Because in the Torah classes, whenever I came across a law that affected something going on in Israel, or that affected doctrine that people was teaching, or things people was doing, we went out of the Torah and went to the Besorah, or went to the Apocrypha, or went to the other parts of the Tanakh. So when you go into 1 Corinthians, you understand? You look in chapter 6. Paul tells you in verse 18, flee fornication. Every sin that a man doeth is without the body. But he that committeth fornication sinneth against his own body. So Sabbath breaking, cutting your beard. Paul said that's not even sins against your body. Boy, you commit fornication, you using your whole body to sin against the Most High. Al-Yawan, Yahweh, against Yahweh. So that's why the fornication that people are doing with our sisters is on a whole different level. Now, I ain't talking about you got with the woman and y'all was both in agreement that y'all gonna just fornicate. I ain't talking about that. That's wicked too. I'm talking about when you victimized the woman and tricked her and made her think that it was okay for you to just have sex with her and she could push on if it didn't work out. That's what I'm talking about. And there's other things too we're talking about, but we ain't really gonna go off into it right now. We're gonna get back to the Torah. Go ahead.
Verse 3. And the latter man hated her and wrote her.
So, oh my, what's wrong with this woman, man? First man don't want to be with her. She go with another man. See, that's the type of broad that we read about where? In the Apocrypha. In Ecclesiastes, what was that, 41, right? It said, lest she be hated, right? I don't want to deal with you. Why you stupid? You just, every time I say something to you, you got something not, you can just, so, I don't want to do that. You ain't my father. Go back to him then. Ain't your father. You can go back to him if you want to. It say, and when she is, it says, and having a husband, lest she should misbehave herself. And when she is married, lest she should be barren. It said, I didn't read the rest. It says, keep a sure watch over a shameless daughter. Them girls that don't want to do right, blah, 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 the eye rollers and the neck jerkers, them right there, the Most High said you better, the scripture said you better bend their neck down while they're young, all right? I ain't gonna go to that just now. But in Ecclesiastes 42 and 11, it continues, lest she make thee a laughing stock to thy enemies. What baby is that she got? Ain't that her 8th baby? But this the 8th God is from the same one of the other baby father. Nah, this a whole other 8th God. What's wrong with this girl, man? This guy just, why he keep letting his daughter do this, man? You know what I'm saying? So you're gonna be a laughing stock. People gonna be laughing at you. And a byword in the city. And a reproach among the people. And make thee ashamed before the multitude. Meanwhile, I'm ashamed. You're ashamed before the multitude. That means that everybody gonna know what your business is, and you ashamed of it, man. Right? And you ashamed of it. You ashamed of what your daughter did against you, and now, you understand? And now she done went out and had a bunch of babies, listened to too much Jodeci, and made you ashamed. Now, if you're a woman that's done that, man, all you gotta do is repent. But we're trying to use the Torah to prevent these things from happening. These things don't happen if you don't know the Torah. You're gonna violate the Torah if you don't know the Torah. All right, and we were dealing with the topic of what? Marriage and divorce. All right, so we're dealing with marriage and divorce. How dealing with marriage in a good way to avoid having divorce. And a lot of y'all keep wondering, man, why does dude keep talking about necks when he talk about the children? Because of Ecclesiastes chapter 30, verse 12. Bow down his neck while he is young and beat him on the side while he is a child, lest he wax stubborn and be disobedient unto thee, and so bring sorrow to thy heart. That's what the Most High said. Chastise thy son and hold him to school dances and movies. No. It say hold him to labor, lest his lewd, nasty sexuality. His lewd behavior be an offense unto thee. Meaning he gonna be out there popping babies in everybody. You see, that's what the Most High talking about. So they said bow down on the neck, meaning what? Bend over. And they're gonna get a butt whipping. Get a butt whipping. That's what it's talking about. Bow down his neck and beat him on the side. Now that's Ecclesiastes 30, verse 12 and 13. And a lot of y'all brothers in Israel, man, a lot of y'all are rebellious, disobedient, wicked, and disrespectful because your mother and your father ain't learned you no respect, man. You can tell those of us that was raised halfway decent by our mother and father because we got a little more respect than the average person in this truth. A lot of y'all want to disrespect your elders. You want to disrespect people that's trying to help you, that you disagree with, so you feel like I can talk to this dude sideways because I don't like what he's saying to me. Nah, you wrong. You violating, B. The Most High got something for you. You straight up in violation. All right? A lot of y'all, man, some of y'all brothers needed to be in gangs, man. At least the gang will teach you a little bit of discipline and respect for a chain of command. A lot of y'all coming to the truth like, yo, this is my joint now. I'm the camp leader. You other elders can't tell me nothing. I'm the leader of this camp. Can't tell me nothing. This is my camp. I built this. What movie is that? Huh? You know, like you built it. Ain't nobody got nothing to do with it. It's my camp. It's my camp. I'm the leader of New Camp 100 in 37. I'm the camp leader of that. I've been in the truth. Well, I ain't gonna knock how long you've been in the truth. I'm just saying, you gotta respect your elders. Family elders, national elders, and the Torah elders. The Most High tells you that. I ain't like I'm making this up. The Most High tell you that. All right, let's go back to Deuteronomy 24. So the woman left to become another man's wife. And look, y'all got them verses. We're going over like 5 verses in the Apocrypha dealing with marriage and women. How many y'all got written down? I ain't talking about how many you don't put colors on. How many can you go to and be like, bam, 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 bam? You gotta write this stuff down, man. What they tell you when you first came, you needed what? When you first came to the school, what you needed?
Bible.
You need a Bible, Zondervan Bible Dictionary, Apocrypha,
and a notebook.
No, in a notebook, but what I guess it started ending with that maybe.
But the
Yeah.
recording.
The Ben Yehuda.
Oh, okay, yeah.
They want you to have Ben Yehuda pocket English, Hebrew, English Bible. Right? Your pen, your writing instrument, your notebook, your Bible, your Apocrypha, your Zondervan Bible Dictionary, and your Ben Yehuda pocket English, Hebrew, English Dictionary. All right? I had all of that. I still got it someplace. My page is like brown now, and old. You know what I'm saying? This is one of the different papers used to make those type of books back then. Like almost like what you call that paper? Almost like construction paper. No, construction paper is right, but like a thinner version of construction paper in brown. Yep. So you gotta write this stuff down, man, because now look, we're only dealing with the Torah. That's why when I know, when people say, oh, we go, but you can't base what they're saying in the Torah. See, the Most High dealt with all these things in the Torah first. Then he said, okay, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John gonna write this. All right? Peter gonna write this. Yahweh Shai gonna say this. But it all started where? In the Torah, man. So here we got a woman. Now, only thing we just did was we giving you a biblical situation that shows why it could be possible that the Israelite woman left her husband, went to be another man's wife, and then the scripture says what? That he hated her too. That's exactly, isn't that what scripture said? Isn't that exactly what it said, man? In chapter 41? Did it say, lest she be hated? Yeah, so that's the woman that's talking about, the woman that didn't get trained right when she was a little girl. Well, you were trained right, I ain't no dog. Well, the Most High said, the Holy Spirit said, train up a child. Hey, go check on the two babies. I guess you can wait like else though, so never mind. All right, so let's go. So we in verse 3, right? Go ahead.
And the latter man hated her
Husband number 2 hated her. Go ahead.
and wrote her a bill of divorce
I'm gonna divorce you too. Go ahead.
and presented it into her hand
Here you go. Be gone.
and sent her from his house.
Go out of my house. Go ahead.
The latter man who married her
Then the second husband died. Go ahead.
to himself will die.
Uh-huh.
Her first husband
The first husband, the former husband, go ahead.
who divorced her
The one that divorced her initially, go ahead.
shall not again take her
He can't take her to what?
to become his wife
To be his wife. Go ahead.
after she had been defiled.
Uh-huh.
For it is an abomination before Yahweh.
Uh-huh.
You shall not bring sin upon the land that
Uh-huh.
Yahweh, your Elohim, gives you as an inheritance.
Now, what does the law say? Can a woman go out in our time, get righteously married, righteously divorced, and become another man's wife? Can that be done now? If the man's still alive? No. So therefore, if the woman leaves and commit a sin, it's not a sin for that man to be like, I forgive you, I'm going to take you back. Because she cannot go out and become another other man's wife. So the most I give you, she leave, get another man's wife, and divorce. Now you can say, okay, well, she dealt with another man sexually. And then the most I tell you in Matthew chapter 7, what he said. You can divorce her if you want to, but then Yahweh Shai, the most I through Yahweh told us in Matthew chapter 7, what? I'm going to go right to it. Matthew 7, verse 2. For with what judgment ye judge, ye shall be judged. And with what measure ye meet, shall be measured to you again. Meaning what? If somebody committed a death sentence and you say, well, I don't want to be with you no more, you divorce, cut off forever. That means when you go out and you accident, and you think you got a good reason for breaking the Sabbath, bam, the Most High gonna, in the spiritual world, laying that same judgment against you.
The same harshness.
The same. That's why, you know, sometimes you gotta give a hoe a chance. Give a hoe a chance. If the woman go out, hey, shalom, Kevin. If a woman go out and she get a hoe spirit on her, my advice to brothers is to give a hoe a second chance. Because, the Most High gave us a second chance when we broke the Sabbath, when we still breaking the Sabbath. A lot of us. So give her a chance. Let her repent, and she come back to you, be your wife. And then if she mess up after that, then you say, okay, nah, this, nah, because you ain't got no repentance. Because Scripture says, any man be in Christ, he is a what? New creature. Old things have passed away, all things have become new. So when you repent of that sin, you should be a new creature now. You shouldn't be walking in that same mentality, the same habits. Because it wasn't just you going out committing a sin, it was the condition. It was the state of mind that made you feel good about doing it while you was doing it.
Well, promoted you to go do it.
Right. It wasn't just, it was everything that led up to it. You didn't wake up one day and be like, man, I'm going to go have sex with another man. It was the whole, I can do what I want to do. The sedition. See, that's the spirit of sedition. The sedition. I'm going to do what I want to do. The you trying to rise back up. Why? Because you haven't been crucified with Hamashiach. You ain't been crucifying yourself daily. Your thoughts haven't been renewed in your mind on a daily basis. So when these urges to commit these sins come up, you got no defense system. Why? Because you're the same person you was before you found out. You ain't fully repented.
You still the old man.
You're still the old man. I mean, you can perpetrate the fraud for us. You can even say stuff that you really mean that's true. But then when push comes to shove behind closed doors, you know, you still a man, you know, looking at other men's booties. Because you used to be gay. But then you came into the truth. Nobody really know that. Because that was when you lived in, you know, Greenwich Village. You know, you lived in Greenwich Village. Now you live in, you know, Vancouver, British Columbia. You know, nobody don't know you up there. You know what I'm saying? Nobody don't know that Tyrone used to be Taisha. You know what I'm saying? Nobody don't know that. So now that old man can rise up. You got to crucify your old person daily, man. Daily, I'll be like, yo. Daily, I'll be like, yo, I ain't gonna go off on these niggas, man. I ain't gonna smack this nigga in his face. Daily, in my mind, like, yo, this is doing some who? Because y'all brothers don't really realize, man, just how calm I be with a lot of y'all wicked Israelites, man. It's the spirit of Yahweh by Shem Yahweh Shai, man, because Parazal was not always like this, bro. Nathaniel was not always, but he still killed you, though. If you push him the wrong way in the corner, you know, me, you know, but him, he writing, he talking. I'm talking, he writing. You know what I'm saying? So, Matthew 18:27 parable. What about it, Ak? What you say about Matthew 18:17 parable? 18:27 parable. 27 parable. Compassion. Yeah, have compassion on each other. Yeah, exactly. You messing up, you trying to judge somebody else harshly for doing the same thing you did, but maybe even you did worse. This would be killing me. Like, you got brothers that, I mean, it's brothers that we know, all right? It's brothers that I know that's like, actually like murdered people. So them brothers right there that I know that actually murdered people once they try to get their life together, them the most compassionate and patient brothers you could ever want to know, man. Them brothers like, yo, because they know what the scripture say, to whom much is given, much is required. But to whom that servant that got forgiven for a lot of wrong they did, that servant going to be compassionate. All right?
Because he recognizes how much compassion was shown him.
Come. You don't want to pay it forward like they say. Shouldest thou not also have had compassion on thy fellow servant, even as I had pity? Like I said, maybe you get a one-time whole get out of jail free card. You get a one-time shot. You break the Sabbath, okay, maybe get one shot of breaking the Sabbath. But as you increase your obedience, you should increase your expectation of those that are around you to be obedient to the Most High. Because the Most High said, surround yourself with people that you know keep the commandments, man. How you around your wicked ass family? Your mother wicked, your father wicked, your sister wicked. Everything you looking at and feeding is wicked, man. And you thinking that the Most High is dwelling in that temple? Come on, man. The Most High said what? Be continuously with a godly man. You got your phone out? Let me read Ecclesiasticus chapter 37, verse 12. Okay. I got it right now. Ecclesiasticus 37:12. But be continually with a godly man whom thou knowest to keep the commandments of the Lord. So the scripture said, be with men that you know keep the commandments of Yahweh. What's going to happen when you keep the real Sabbath and you hanging out with somebody keeping the lunar Sabbath, keeping the white new moon? That spirit, what does scripture say? A little leaven, leaven the whole lump.
Right. Contaminated.
And that's what happened with Mashiach Yasharallah. A lot of brothers in Masra Yashala got weird, bugged out, corny, goofy doctrine, and now everybody's starting to be like, nah, just let him do his doctrine, man. He don't see it yet. He don't know that what he's doing is off or wrong. No, just be patient with him. Okay, be patient. What happened when Paul and them and Peter and them met the dude that used to be a witch? He stopped being a witch, and he asked them, could he buy the Holy Spirit from them? What did they say? Nah, brother, you can't do that, man. What's wrong, brother? They said, you wicked ass brother, man. Man, the Most High bring death upon you. He said, wait. I didn't know, man. My bad. I didn't know, bro. Don't. And he repented. You remember that story? Let's go to it real quick. These brothers want to compromise. Oh, he just came into the truth, man, so he don't really see it. Well, whose fault is that? The Most High said, let their eyes be what? And what did David say? Let their eyes be what? Be darkened.
Darkened.
Let's go to that real quick. Romans, what was that? Romans 11, right? I'm going to read that real quick. Yeah. Come. Yeah, Romans 11, 9. And David said, let their table be made a snare, and a trap, and a stumbling block, and a recompense unto them. Let their eyes be darkened, that they may not see, and bow down their back always. And the scriptures say, if this gospel be hidden, it be hidden from them who have been blinded by who? The God of this world. So if you don't see this truth, man, anybody, oh, brother, come on, man. I'll work with you, brother. You still want to eat another man's booty, man? It's okay, brother. Now you're going to pick and choose which wickedness you want to be around. See, now you want to pick and choose what level of wickedness. Oh, now, brother, you still want to touch on little 2-year-olds, brother? Man, we're going to work with you on that. But now you're going to pick and choose. Oh, brother, you still want to keep the fake Sabbath? Nah, man, it's okay. You don't see it. Come on. Oh, brother, you want to say the white moon is the new moon because you just don't see it, brother? We work with you, man. Nah, go on over there, man. It's one standard. How you got one God, one nation, one king, one law, but then you got 20 different doctrines and everybody's saying, let's hold hands together. You calling me wicked, I'm calling you wicked, and now everybody being a hypocrite getting around each other saying, Kum Yashallah! When everybody is breaking the law, as they see it, and then you compromising, biting your tongue, respecting, being in the street. Yeah, you Christians, and you Sunday, and you pork. But then your brother over here teaching with you, he breaking the Sabbath too. So I guess you can't teach on the Sabbath. And your brother over here, he got a different new moon than you. Well, I guess you can't teach on the new moon together. All right? What was we at? Where's that axe, man? Let me get that axe real quick. I want to show this real quick, man. The brother name was Simon. And Simon had just woke up to the truth, right? So Peter and them, Simon the sorcerer. All right, this is Peter. This is Acts chapter 7. And we're going to read on verse 17. Give me Acts 3:17. I'll read that, please. Acts 8:17. No, Acts 8, chapter 8, verse 17. I'm going to start at 17. Acts chapter 8. You said 7? Well, 8:17. All right, read that out.
Acts 8:17.
Come a little closer over here.
Camera.
It's just so the voice will pick up.
Acts 8:17. Then laid their hands on them, and they received the Holy Spirit.
So Peter and them was giving people the Holy Spirit, laying hands on them, and the Holy Spirit came on them. Read.
And when Simon saw through laying one of the apostles.
Now this is Simon the sorcerer. Go ahead.
When he saw that laying on the apostles' hands the Holy Spirit was given, he offered them money.
He said, "Man, give me money so I can have that same power." Read. He said, "Huh?"
He offered them money.
Yeah. He said, "Let me give you money, man. Let me buy that from you. Let me cop that." Go ahead.
Saying, "Give me also this power."
I want the power. This is a new believer. Remember, this is a new believer. All right, let's look at Let me read verse 13. Then Simon himself believed also. And when he was baptized, he continued with Philip and wondered, beholding the miracles and the signs which were done. So you see that? So now we got the background. So he was a believer and he was baptized. All right. Keep reading. Read verse 19.
saying, give me also this power,
Give me that power also. I give you some money for it, bro. Go ahead.
that on whomsoever I lay hands, he may receive the Holy
Now
Spirit.
this is a fresh believer. He a new cat that was doing witchcraft. And he made a mistake. Let's see their response, man. Some things, man, you just gotta have common sense, common spiritual biblical sense. So let's see what their response was. Let's see what Peter said to him. Read.
But Peter said unto him, Thy money perish with thee, because thou hast thought that the gift of Yahweh may be purchased with money,
Man, you and your money need to die. Go ahead.
that thou hast neither part nor lot in this matter.
You don't got nothing to do with nothing else that we got going on no more. Read.
For thy heart is not right in the sight of
You
Yahweh.
wicked, man. Your heart ain't right in the eyes of the Most High. Did he say, well, okay, brother, that's okay. Did he hold his hand and coddle him? Grown man, asking for something out of mistake? He said, nah. He said, no, you die, man. Your heart ain't right before the Most High. But a lot of y'all brothers scared to do that because you don't want to lose friends. You think this is about how many people can like you. Or you think brotherhood is overlooking the wickedness another man is doing. Not speaking on it. That's what brotherhood is to you. Well, he keeping the Sabbath, he keeping this new moon. I ain't gonna say nothing about it. Well, what did that make you? But you're gonna go out in the world and say something about what they doing, but your own house, you ain't got clean. Your own house, your own Israelites, you ain't got clean. What did Paul say? Paul said, what have we to do to judge those that are without? We judge those that are within. So your main job is to clean house of the saints of believers, and then go carry the gospel of Yahweh in obedience to those that are outside. But you do the opposite. You want to talk about small stuff and overlook the wickedness that everybody's doing that calls themselves Israelite, and then go condemn the world. You know what I'm saying? You bare fist fighting with them. You know what I'm saying? Street fighting with them. Okay?
Verse 22.
Uh-huh.
Repent, therefore, of thy wickedness.
Of this what?
Of thy wickedness.
Of this lack of understanding.
Of thy wickedness.
Of them just not seeing it.
Of thy wickedness.
Of him just, he just ain't mature enough for it. He's a babe.
Of thy wickedness.
Repent of your wicked. They ain't hold no punches. They said, what you doing is wicked. You need to repent. Your heart ain't right with the Most High. Wasn't no arguing or debate for it. Well, how I'm supposed to know, man? Because the scripture says, buy the truth and sell it not. He didn't try to give them no excuse. He said, you know what? Let's see what happened. Read.
And pray Yahweh,
Uh-huh.
if perhaps the thought of thine heart may be forgiven thee.
Read that again. And pray Yahweh, if perhaps.
The thought of thine heart may be forgiven thee.
Listen what he kept saying to him. Go ahead.
For I perceive that thou art in the gall of bitterness,
Man.
and in the bond of iniquity.
He went off on this dude. He said, your heart ain't right. All right. He said, you're in the gall of bitterness and the bond of iniquity. You have no part in this matter. May you and your money perish. Man, why did Peter go off on this new believer like that? See, that little punk compromising spirit is trying to take over Israel, man. Everybody want to compromise when somebody that's an Israelite is doing something wrong, but then you want to get on the street and tell everybody else that they shouldn't be faggot. You shouldn't be a homosexual. You shouldn't be gay. You shouldn't eat pork. You shouldn't eat lobster. But then when your own Israelite brother is breaking the commandments, but he got a good reason, well, he keeping the lunar Sabbath. Oh, well, he just don't know. What makes the person keeping lunar Sabbath that know he an Israelite different than the Seventh-day Adventist that's keeping the Sabbath that don't know he an Israelite? What's the difference? But you're going to scream on the Ellen G. White believers. Well, the person that's not keeping the Sabbath, who they believe in? It ain't Moses. It ain't Yahweh. They keeping the Sabbath according to the moon. You take these kid gloves. That's why we got a whole That's why you got a lot of brothers that just straight up like spiritual punks in Israel, man. When I say spiritual punk, I mean that dude that always want to just run your mouth, man. You always want to yap, run your mouth and pop in your gums, man. But you don't want to be in order with the Most High. You always got something to say when somebody correct you, man. Don't, you gonna get pushed out the way, man. All these little corny brothers, man, y'all gonna get pushed out the way. Y'all ain't gonna be having no position in nobody's wilderness. So whatever you doing on earth, you trying to have your little glory now, because you ain't gonna have nothing in the wilderness because you ain't right with the Most High. All right? You a gall of you a gall of bitterness and a bond of iniquity. All right? Go ahead.
And then Simon answered.
What did Simon say? Nigga, who you talking to like that, man? You talking to me like that? Let's see what Simon said. Read.
And said, pray ye to Yahweh for me.
Hey, man, hey. Can you pray for me, bro? My bad. Can you pray for me? Go ahead.
That none of these things which ye have spoken come upon me.
Say, yo, I'm sorry, man. Pray for me. I don't want no static, no smoke with you or the Most High. See, they had that power though, right? A lot of you brothers, you ain't getting that power, man.
Because you have an ill disposition for the power. In other words, your pride is wanting the power. That's what it comes down to. Your pride wants the power.
Right?
And your ego.
We want the power, me personally, want the power from the Most High to be able to heal people. That's my whole dream. I want to go into the hospital and be like, oh, y'all get up and get out. And that whole first floor, y'all believe in the Most High? You believe in the Bible? Yahweh Shai? Get up and leave the hospital. Come out the front door. That's what I want to do. And then everybody gonna see that. They mother, they cousins, they uncles, they aunts, like, yo, Yahweh is real. We gotta follow Yahweh and Yahweh. That's what I want. But a lot of y'all want to be like, get the power and be like damn Skeletor on He-Man. Y'all want to just be,
Oh man.
y'all want to be like Skeletor and just doing all kind of, what's the dude?
On Endgame of Avengers. Theos.
Thanos.
Thanos.
Want to be like Thanos. You know, a lot of y'all want
Destroy universe.
and they look, and that's the whole spirit, because they want to do evil and wrong against people, but in their mind they justify it.
Right, because they got the power.
Because of the power. Man, at this point, man, we all deserve death. And you might got a little, oh well, this brother did this. Okay. How's that different than what you did? All of us deserve death, so you can't be trying to say you should kill this brother if he do so and so. Now, this is my whole thing right here. Child molesters, adulterers, Sabbath breakers, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think everybody do crimes like that deserves 39, 40 stripes on their back. Flat out. I ain't on that death stuff, or he did this, or I'm not in imaginary world of you should cut his penis off, he did this to this little girl or that little boy. That doesn't happen. What can happen is that you can keep your children around people that agree that if they do these certain things, this is the punishment, and ain't no court, no police in America gonna deliver them because they don't sign this paper. If they go to jail, it's gonna be even worse for them. So that's what we're talking about. Sign your little paper, and that's the level Israel gotta come to, because there's too much brothers putting too much trust into too much people, and they end up getting burnt. All right. So now, in the book of Acts, it tells you you don't have no part in what we're trying to do. Go ahead. But yo, man, just pray the Most High forgive me. Go ahead.
Verse 25. And they, when they had testified and preached the word of Yahweh Shai, and returned to Jerusalem, and preached the gospel in many villages of the Samaritans.
Who was they teaching in the villages of the Samaritans? You think that the Israelites was living among the Samaritans that had a bunch of villages in Samaritans? They said the villages of who?
Samaritans.
It was the Samaritans' villages. What did they do? Was they going to talk to the Israelites in the Samaritan villages? No. They was going to talk to the Samaritans. You don't believe me? You want to stay on Matthew 10, 5, and 6? Well, go to Acts chapter 1, and it clears the understanding of Matthew 10, 5, and 6. And then it coincides with what we just read in Acts chapter 7. So this dude that was new to the truth didn't get no mercy shown to him because he was new. Ain't no mercy for you if you know right from wrong. It's a rebellious, evil spirit in Israel that tries to make you coddle brothers that's following false doctrines and be lenient with them. Ain't no leniency when it comes to life and death, right and wrong. Because if it's your wife that come in and say, baby, I don't think the Most High is real. I don't believe in the Bible. I don't believe in the New Testament no more. You ain't gonna be like, okay, baby, it's all right. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna be like, no, hold up. You might have to call off work for that one. You might have to call off work to deal with that situation. All right, let's go back to Deuteronomy. That's all we had, right? Was Acts. We didn't have no more verses, chapters. So it's a whole bunch of scriptures though where it shows you that when you are keeping the commandments and people wake up, that level of obedience is expected to be right there. Only one you see given some sort of leniency is in Matthew chapter 15 when they was dealing with the Gentiles. That's the only time you see any type of leniency. Israelites supposed to just come into this thing and that's it. Put that stuff away. Ain't no, well, because what's going to happen? Why even tell a person what they're doing is wrong if you act like they don't got to stop doing what's wrong? It ain't up to you where they go. It's up to you to just tell them. Stop trying to tell people how to tell somebody, stop dealing with death. All right? All right, let's go ahead. Let me see, what verse were you supposed to stop at? The King James Bible, you're supposed to stop at, you want 24 now?
24 verse 4.
Okay, that's the last verse. All right, so is that it on that? What else we got for that? Four. Matter of fact, let's go ahead and have them do the 13.
Yeah.
In the I don't know what verse. Go read until the end of the sixth aliyah, and Isaiah can have that last one.
Which is a 6.
You got the numbers right there, man.
When a man marries a new wife,
Read a little louder, man. We don't love for him.
he shall not go out to the army, nor shall it obligate him for any matter.
So when a man get his first wife, is it like every time you get married, you got a year off? I'm married, man. I can't get it. Man, you know what? I just got married last week again. Man,
Who knew?
I got a year. Man, my year is up. Man, I'm about to get married next week, bro. So now that first wife that you get, that's when you're a young man. You know what I'm saying? Just hold her in. All right, go ahead.
He shall be free for his home for 1 year. And
Free 1 year, no military duties. Go ahead.
He shall gladden his wife whom he has married.
Mm-hmm.
One shall not take a lower or upper millstone as a pledge, for he would be taking a life as a pledge.
So you can't take away a person's basic necessities that they need to grind up their grain when you giving them money, they're getting a loan from you. You gotta take something that they don't need on a daily basis just to eat. Okay?
If a man is found kidnapping a person of his brethren among the children of Yasha'Allah,
So this goes for all of you. So now it's a law. So this did happen. There was Israelites selling other Israelites in slavery in West Africa. And there was Israelites kidnapping other Israelites in Israel, around the coastal areas, all right, in the surrounding area. When we went into Gentiles, when we were living amongst the Gentiles, sometimes people would kidnap their brother. So the Most High got a law about it. When you kidnap your brother, what?
he enslaves him and sells him, that kidnapper shall die,
Mm-hmm.
and you shall remove the evil from your midst.
So you got killed for doing that. Go ahead. You can't really, hold on. Now keep reading, go ahead.
Beware of a Tazara Asif affliction, to be careful and to act according to everything that the Kohanim, the Levites, shall teach you. As I have commanded them, you shall be careful to perform. Remember what Yahweh Elohim did to Miriam on the way when you were leaving Egypt. When you shall claim a debt of any amount from your fellow, you shall not enter his home with security for it. You shall stand outside, and the man for whom you claim shall bring the security to you outside.
The security is the pledge, the collateral for the debt. All right, so I'm gonna give you a garment. So I'm like, man, and this is the silk. This is the silk robe, man. This is the silk scarf that you have the turban that I bought from. I got it back from India. I'm like, obviously she needs some help. So yeah, this here you go, man. I mean, it's worth 600. It's worth $600. I just need to borrow like 300 for like 3 weeks.
Okay.
And then, but I use this at night, man, to cover myself. This is all handmade embroidery. It's a silk. You know what I'm saying? This is the natural dye.
So every evening, he should be able to come and get his.
So now every evening,
Right.
you know, yeah. Nah, you bring it to me. I think you got to bring it to me. No, you. I stand outside and I bring it to you, like the next day.
Mhm.
Then the evening time, then I, get it back from you. So it's a cover. So we going through this every day, and I'm like, yo, it's embarrassing because I put your business out there, like, yo, he borrowed that money and he didn't even get it back yet. So now everybody that see that happening once your time expires, like, yo, he still ain't got to give his money back? Man, hey, don't loan that brother no money, man. For food, okay, cool, but business endeavors, nah, don't mess with him like that. Because he ain't gonna pay your money back. He's gonna pay it back late. You know what I'm saying? So that's how it went. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
Verse 12. If that man is poor, you shall not sleep with his security. You shall not return the security to him when the sun sets.
You shall not.
You shall return the security to him when the sun sets, and he will sleep in his garment and bless you.
Once again, when the sun sets. Okay? When the new day ends. A new day starts, the old day ends. Go ahead.
And for you, it will be an act of righteousness before Yahweh your Elohim.
So showing mercy to your brother, helping him out, the Most High said that's an act of righteousness. Okay. All right. Last reader. Wait. Not. All right.
Isaiah ben Troy ben Gad ben Yashal.
Madwan. Ra.
Yabrakaya Hawa Bashan Mashin Yashal.
Yeah, but I can tell you how about shit on my shot.
You say come. So you go to pick up on the 14th verse and go to 25 verse 19. No. Yeah, 25 verse 19.
What verse do you want from? The verse?
We finished off at 13.
I just read 13.
So start at 14?
Yeah.
Deuteronomy 24:14. You shall not cheat a poor or destitute hired person among your brethren.
So if a person's poor and they come work for you, that's not an excuse for you to cheat them out their wages. Tell them one thing and then give them something else. Or something happens. No, whatever you said you was gonna give them, then that's what you're supposed to give them. Okay? A lot of that goes on in Israel. Alright, go ahead.
Or a proselyte who is in your land or who is in one of your cities.
So a proselyte, meaning a stranger that was within your land, within one of your cities of your land, you couldn't cheat them, because the Most High is respecting no persons in judgment. So whatever agreement you made with that person, whether it be an Israelite or whether it be a proselyte or a stranger, you're supposed to honor that agreement. Go ahead.
On that day shall you pay his hire, the sun shall not set upon him, for he is poor, and his life depends on it. Let him not call out against you, Hashem Yahweh, for it shall be a sin unto you.
So the Most High said if this person really needed what you agreed to pay him in order to survive, in order to buy food, whether for himself or for his family, okay, or for whatever reason, and you cause that man not to receive that payment by sunset, then he cries out to the Most High, and that sin will be upon you, because you cause that man double grief, because he was not able to receive payment, and he was not able to provide for those that were dependent on him to receive that payment. Go ahead.
Verse 16. Fathers shall not be put to death because of the sons, and sons shall not be put to death because of fathers. A man shall be put to death for his own sin.
So, once that son passed from the responsibility of his parents unto his own responsibility to keep the Torah, then he would be held accountable for his own sins, for his own actions, okay? Just like the father would be accountable for his sins and his own actions, and his son wouldn't be made to pay for it. All right, go ahead.
You shall not pervert the judgments of a proselyte or orphan, and you shall not take a garment of a widow as a pledge.
So, as the scripture said, you cannot take the garment of a widow as a pledge for payment, nor are you supposed to pervert the judgment of the fatherless, nor that of the stranger. Stranger meaning the goyim that's residing within your lands, within your territories, abiding by your laws, statutes, commandments of the Torah. So you can't pervert judgment for them also. That means deny them proper judgment. Go ahead.
Verse 18. Hashem Yahweh Elohim redeemed you from there. Therefore I command you to do this thing.
So, you shall remember that you were once a slave in the land of Egypt. Okay, keep this in mind when applying judgment to others. Okay, that you was once a bondman. You was once a bond woman. Okay, go ahead.
When you reap your harvest in your field, and you forget the bundle in the field, you shall not turn back to take it. It shall be for the proselyte, the orphan, and the widow, so that Hashem Yahweh will bless you in all of your handiwork.
So, in other words, you did a harvest. Okay, you bundled up some corn, or you might have bundled up some wheat, and you forgot to get that bundle. All right. Mosai said, leave it. Leave it for the fatherless, leave it for the stranger, leave it for the widow, so they can take it and do with what they need to do with for survival. Okay? And as you do these type of things and show charity to your fellow man, your fellow sister, the Most High will bless you in your hand, in the work of your hands, because the ultimate blessing comes from the Most High for the bountifulness that you received in the field. Okay? The field's increase came from the Most High. The only part you did was to plant the seed and harvest it. But the actual increase came from the Most High through the amount of rain that the land received, the amount of sun that it received, the nutrients in the ground, all that came from the hand of the Most High.
And who they say leave it for?
For the fatherless, the stranger,
And the widow. So the Most High all throughout the Bible, man, he be looking out for the stranger, man. All right?
boy.
Yeah, he look out for the warrior. The stranger within and the stranger of Israelite blood and the stranger that's not of Israelite blood.
That resides within your boundaries.
All right?
Verse 20. When you beat your olive tree, do not remove all the splendor behind you. It shall be for the proselyte, the orphan, and the widow.
So,
That word stranger is guard, right? To be for the guard. That's the Gentile.
Okay.
Because Moses was a guard when he was in Midian. Okay.
So, you always left something for the fatherless, the widow, and the stranger.
Right. Not the widowless.
Widow.
No, you said widow.
Mm.
I was saying, some people say widowless.
Go ahead, where you at?
Verse 21. And you shall harvest your vineyard, you shall not glean behind you. It shall be for the proselyte, the orphan, and the widow.
The orphan is, let's clarify, the orphan is really going into the fatherless 25 to life. But the man is dead. He's not coming back. He's not coming back. That's fatherless. Widow is the one whose husband had died. Okay?
Verse 22. You shall remember that you were a slave in Egypt, in the land of Egypt. Therefore I command you to do this thing. Kal Sharat,
Kal Sharat.
Debar Yahweh,
Debar Yahweh.
Not Shemai,
Not Shah.
not Isha, not Shemai.
But not Shemai.
All that Yahweh say,
All that Yahweh said,
what we doing here?
what we doing here. Okay, Deuteronomy 25, 1 through 19.
Yeah.
When there will be a grievance between people, and they shall approach the courts, and they shall judge them, and they vindicate the righteous, and find the wicked one guilty.
This man is wrong. He's wicked for what he did. Go ahead.
It would be that if the wicked one is liable to lashes,
What kinds of things can somebody do when they're worthy to get their butt whooped?
You got stealing.
Mm-hmm. Kind of what you steal and who you steal from. But yeah.
I mean, it could be brought up to the court.
But we got laws on. We got specific laws on stealing, though.
Right, as far as
Paying back double,
paying back
or
double.
4 or 5 animals if it's big or small.
Right, 20% depending on what.
Then you got 20% surcharge for shipping and handling.
Right, but
Things that's not really written in the Torah, like
uh,
that don't really have like the stuff that.
what spitting on a person?
Yeah, that anything to get you an ass whooping in the streets. Most I said.
Now, spitting on a person not the same as stepping on your new Air Jordan.
Yeah,
So don't.
somebody just or assaulting somebody.
Yeah, physically assault.
You just gonna assault somebody. You gonna beat somebody up for no reason.
Right,
A striker and a brawler for no reason.
right.
Not defending yourself or somebody else, but just I'm gonna just
Mash on them for nothing.
I'm gonna just well, as we used to say when I was growing up in DC, I'm gonna muff you up. You just gonna muff somebody up. You just gonna muff, huh?
Just because.
I'm gonna drug I drug you. You know, so we're gonna drug you. Just drug you. So yeah, so stuff like that. What else? This is real stuff, man. You gotta really run people through the understanding about somebody shaved your head while you sleeping like Delilah did Samson.
Yeah, that's a reason. What, whoremonger?
Fornications, yeah.
Both man and female?
Yeah, both of them. Man and female whoremongering.
Yeah, because there's nothing specifically mentioned.
Now, why we don't gotta time lock it. Anything the Most High say is a capital crime, I feel like now you are showing mercy. Most High's giving us mercy for you not to be punished with this. But how you gonna try to punish a child molester or an adulterer, but you ain't gonna punish a Sabbath breaker? See, that's unjust weights and measures, man. Most High don't like that.
Unjust balance.
Yeah, unjust balances, man. How you gonna try to say, well, this person get punished for doing this, but then the other person do another capital crime, but they don't get punished? What kind of government is that?
Respect the person.
That's respect to a person if I ever seen it in my life. You know what I'm saying? Look, you saying, well, yeah, it was only, I was only working 30 minutes into the Sabbath. It's like saying, well, yeah, I was only sleeping with his wife for 30 minutes. It's
Right. Still sin.
I'll sit back so your further can come back. You
Good.
can be a primary commentator.
Okay. Go ahead.
I gotta leave, I guess. I gotta leave to get the good commentaries, I guess, man.
The judge shall cast him down and strike him according to his wickedness by account. 40 shall he strike him. He shall not add, lest he strike him an additional blow beyond these, and your brother will be degraded before you, before your eyes.
So there was a limit to the number of stripes a person can receive. 40 lashes was that limit. All right. Question: was that limit determined for that specific crime, or could that be like per victim, or is it just one crime?
I be thinking about that, man.
You know
Like,
what I mean?
yeah, like what if you just did like a whole bunch of just
Evil stuff.
you wait in trial, but then while you wait in trial, you do the same old type of stuff again. You already got 40 lashes
For this.
for this crime. You ain't paid yet, but then you go out and do the same type of thing. Well,
I mean, Esau gave you double life.
maybe you got it. Because look, that's like saying, do you gotta wait? If you do, that's like saying, do you gotta? Are these 40 lashes a once in a lifetime thing? That's a better question.
Uh-huh.
No, it's not a once in a life. You're gonna get punished again if you do the same thing again. So you gotta get whatever that punishment deserves.
Right.
You might not get it. You might not get it like back to back. You know what I'm saying? If it's less than 40 though, like let's say, because spitting in somebody's face, I would say that's probably about maybe. I'm talking about a real lash.
Uh-huh.
A real lash, that's probably about. On a real lash, that's probably like 2. I'm talking about a real lash, bro. I ain't talking about no your grandmother or your father belt, huh?
What?
Like a lash, like
Yeah.
Like a horsewhip?
like underground, like you know what I'm saying? Like roots. They used to, they had that cat of 9 tails or cat of 3 tails, right?
I don't know what she used to-
That leather.
with the tongue.
Nah. I'm just saying you got like 3 with the hooks in it.
Yeah.
Now, I ain't talking about that. No, I'm just saying you got instruments that have like more than, they can give you 3 strikes at one time.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You got stuff like that too that Israel did. You know what I'm saying? But I think if you did a crime that deserved more than that 40 lashes, you know, cause you gotta get paid again, you gotta get punished again for it, cause you might get to the point where you're like, well, shoot, I'm on the road now, I already got 40 lashes on the shelf, so I'm gonna just keep on going till I get caught with it. It ain't just pay 40 lashes, so I don't know, but they could get other punishments too. You know what I'm saying? You can get lashes. Man.
Go ahead.
But remember though, man, these lashes that you got, you know, this was no, you know, it wasn't given to you by no 7-year-old amateur
No.
ballerina. Well, ballerinas are strong, so that's not even a good example. Ballerinas are strong. But this was a real punishment, man. And that's what Israel needs to be doing now. You need to be getting whipped in Israel for doing certain stuff. But see, brothers, we're about to see who the real brothers are, man. Because in order to be a part of certain stuff, you need to have a high level of accountability. How much higher of a level of accountability can you do than to say, if I mess up, bro, you know, give me this punishment right here. That's humility and accountability. You know what I'm saying? All right.
Verse 4. You shall not muzzle an ox in its threshing. When brothers dwell together,
So in other words, if you out there treading down corn, you shouldn't cover the ox's mouth so he doesn't eat the corn. He's doing the work, so if he happens to eat some corn, you shouldn't be tripping. Okay, go ahead.
when brothers dwelling together, one of them dies and he has no child,
Mm-hmm.
and the wife of deceased shall not marry outside to a strange man.
Right.
Her brother-in-law shall come to her,
Mm-hmm.
and he shall take him to himself,
If he don't have a son, if the dead brother doesn't have a son, so he got to marry the widow. Go ahead.
and perform the livrate of
Mhm.
marriage.
So he got to go and say, I'm gonna take this woman as my wife, and that's it. Go ahead.
It shall be that the firstborn, if she can bear,
Mm-hmm.
shall succeed the name of his dead brother,
So he take on his father's name, same lineage.
so that his
Okay.
name be not blotted out from Yasha'Allah. But if a man will not wish to marry his sister-in-law,
The man said, I don't want to marry her. You know, she too beautiful. I don't deserve her. Okay, go ahead.
then his sister-in-law shall send to the gate and to the elders,
So she called to the elders. We got a problem in Houston.
and she shall say, my brother-in-law has refused to establish a name for his brother in Yasha'Allah, and he did not consent to perform the livrate of marriage with me. Then the elders of his city shall summon him and speak to him, and he shall stand and say, I do not wish to marry her. Then his sister-in-law shall approach him before the eyes of the elders. She shall remove her shoe.
And now check out what happened when she removed his shoe. Because he did something that was shameful. Look what they did. Look what she did to him.
She shall remove his shoe from his foot and spit before him.
No, it's in the Hebrew, I believe it's a spit in his face. Yeah, spit in his face. All right, go ahead.
And she shall speak up and say, So is done the man who would not build the house of his brother.
You see that? So that's what happened to you. You got spit in your face, man. If you didn't want to have a child by your, now what? Not by your widow, by your brother's widow. Go ahead.
Verse 10.
And then his name shall be proclaimed in Yasha'Allah, the house of one whose shoe was removed.
So now he got a new name in Israel. You know,
That's his title.
Succotash. Go ahead.
If men fight with one another,
Okay.
and a man and his brother, and the wife of them approaches to rescue her husband from the hand of the one who is striking him,
Mm-hmm.
and she reaches out her hand and grabs his embarrassing place.
So they fighting and the woman come up, you ain't gonna do this to my husband. And she grabbed the other man that her husband is fighting, grab him in his private parts. So she grabbed him in, she grabbed a man in the private parts. Right?
Go ahead.
You shall cut off her hand,
So what?
shall cut off her hand,
So it said her hand has to get cut off. That's a heavy, heavy penalty to pay. So if you fighting and your wife grabbed the man's private parts, the Most High said your wife's hand gotta get cut off. That's a punishment right there.
Finished it. The eye.
your eyes shall not show pity.
Ain't no, nah, you're a female, ain't no mercy for you. You did it, nah, you pay the crime, you gotta give up your hand. Give her hand, everybody. She gonna be one short. All right, go ahead.
You shall not have in your pouch a weight and a weight, a large one and a small one.
That's what they do. When they doing business, they got a weight that's 5 grams. But the weight is really, the weight that measure the product, 5 grams. They say 5 grams, but it's really what? It's really 3 grams.
So you cheating like 2
So you charging them 5 grams worth of stuff, only giving them 3. So you making like almost double the money. You making 40% extra. So you supposed to be making $100 off of this thing, right? You making 140. Okay?
You shall not have in your house a measure and measure, a large one and a small one. A perfect and honest weight shall you have. A perfect and honest measure shall you have.
So that deals with everything. How you deal with people, measuring your food out, when you're buying it, when you're selling it, whether you're buying or selling. Everything's supposed to be fair.
That's talks about in Amos, how the Most High hated the merchants that had an unjust weight and balance
Right.
towards Israel.
Right.
Couldn't wait for the Shabbat to be over, so then go out there and cheat the
Hey,
people.
Shalom, Bryson, man. What's going on, man? Tell everybody I said Shalom. Long time, man. Hit me on the inbox, man. If Yahweh commands us to go and teach them, I can't. Somebody got to touch them screens right there. Go ahead.
So that your days shall be lengthened in the land that Hashem Yahweh your Elohim gives you. For an abomination Hashem Yahweh your Elohim are all who do this and all who act corruptly.
That's it.
No, I got a couple more.
So Moses said he don't, this is the end of the chapter. The Moses said he don't like to do that, man.
That's the end for y'all?
No.
19.
Oh, yeah, that's it.
The Moses said he don't like that. He want everything to be fair and balanced. He deals with order. Go ahead.
Remember what Amalek did to you.
That's a so-called white man. Most of them, they call themselves Jewish people today. Most of the world government power leaders are Amalek. No matter if you're here in Turkey, America, England, Portugal, most of the world top leaders are Amalekites. Go ahead.
When you were leaving Egypt, that he happened upon you on the way, and he struck those that were in the hindmost, all of the weaklings of your rear, when you were faint and exhausted, and he did not fear Yahweh. It shall be when Hashem Yahweh Yah Elohim gives you rest from all of your enemies all around, in the land that Hashem Yahweh Yah Elohim gives you, for as an inheritance to possess it, you shall wipe out the memory of Amalek from under heavens. You shall not forget.
So whatever Amalek had did to us when we were exiting out of Egypt, Moses said, don't forget these things. All right? Don't forget these things. So when the Most High gave us the land, we shall blot out the memory of Amalek from off the planet Earth. All right, close out.
Kal Shara,
Kal Shara,
the Bar Yahweh,
The Bar Yahweh,
Na'ishah,
Na'ishah,
Wanashemai,
Wanashemai,
all that Yahweh said,
all that Yahweh said,
what we do in here.
what we doing here.
Okay.
You got somebody, Angelina Brown is on this broadcast right here is laying out accusations against people. So if you got any accusations against people, you can contact what is it? Y Mashara? The email for any type of yeah. I don't know what's she talking about. Yeah, Angelina Brown, if you still listen, we're gonna give you an email that you can write to express whoever got a grievance for whatever you're talking about. I think one is Mashara 651, right? Let's get the Haftar page right here. What is it?
I got it to the page. So Isaiah 54:11.
To what?
55:5.
54, 1 and 2. Isaiah 54, 1 to 10.
Yeah, people sell these dummy accounts, man. Dummy accounts. Yeah, this Angelina Brown. I don't even know nobody named Angelina Brown. I'm talking about somebody in LA with her saying something about me. Well, I don't deal with no folly or no false accusations. So anybody got any problem, you go through the proper channels and you register your claim, you bring forth your evidence, and you bring forth your witnesses, and then it'll be dealt with decently and in order. But coming on,
we have a grievance protocol form.
you got a form you got to fill out. But coming on somebody's live feed saying, "Well, you did this, you did that," it's disrespectful and it's tacky. You know, it's trifling behavior, man. Your mother should have taught you better. Especially if you're talking about something last 2018.
Well, the irony of that is we talked about social media protocol today, and that will be addressed. All right.
What's that?
I mean, just conduct that Israelites should be having on social media. More information will be coming out on that. But the first step to any claim of injustice is to fill out a grievance protocol form. So it's documented what the accusation is, whether or not it's a Torah offense, and then a proper investigation of the charges can be made. Just to come out on social media and blur out and accuse somebody of a crime and say it enough times, and say it enough times where you get a chorus of people reiterating this claim of a crime being committed, presenting no evidence, no witnesses, but yet you have a guilty charge as claimed.
I mean, yeah, people just
False witness, that's what that is. That's a Torah offense. Be mindful of that. That is bearing a false witness against somebody is a Torah offense. But if you just feel like you just come up and slander somebody.
Yeah, she said something about my sister said so and so. I deleted it. And I just hit her because she had been saying something since she said something at she said something about 5. She said something about at 8:42. Then said something else at 8:44. So she was just starting to get on a rant. So she was saying like two little stupid things back to back.
Okay. Against?
She done said something about against me. The brother's on there. If Marik's still watching, said something about me ran somebody off in LA because I wanted them for sex.
What?
That's what she said. I don't know who or what she's talking about. I never tried to have sex with nobody in LA. I never ran nobody off from the truth in LA.
For the record.
Yeah. So you can contact Mashara 651. MASHARAH. The number 6, the number 5, and the number 1. Okay? At gmail.com. So if you got anybody got any problem with any type of crimes that I committed against them, all right? And I guess, I don't know how you can run somebody away from the truth by trying to fornicate with them. How do you do that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I don't want you to be in the truth. I just want to hit. I mean, I guess maybe that's what she's saying I did. Or like, no, we ain't gonna deal with no Bible, just let me hit. I guess that kind of be running somebody away, right?
Yeah.
Because I haven't fornicated, so whoever you talking about, I haven't fornicated with nobody. And, it's been decades since I committed any kind of fornication. So the mere thought of you even using that word with me is hilariously ludicrous. Or ludicrously hilarious, either one. You know what I'm saying?
In your Mike Tyson voice?
Yeah. With the brother said something. He said, evil people always try and discredit the prophets. Keep doing what you do, Parazah. Your brothers know and can vouch for your character. All right. So So yeah, man, anybody in LA, man,
When's the last time you been there,
um,
man?
last time I went to LA? Oh, when we went to Bonamawana and the brother at the park for that Sabbath. It was me and Ali Ashabai and no, the last time we went was I think over Bonamawana's house. I forget why though. It was with Bonamawana. Nah, it was with or was it with Isaiah?
Sorry. We split up. Some of us kept on our one side, some of us.
Or was it after the
Pizza Tabernacle?
no the gift event?
I forget.
But yeah, there wasn't nobody yet. That's the most memory you're gonna get is when I was last in LA. Wasn't nobody in LA that I was dealing with or teaching the truth to and ran them away. No. Nah, you whoever you got, who is this person? This like you said, if you still watching Angelina Brown with no profile picture on your YouTube, you can contact Mashara 651 at Gmail and go to the proper channels. But the days of just getting on people's live feeds and getting on Facebook and getting on and saying stuff about people, that's dead. Now, who are you? You know who I am. Who are you? Because I got a problem with you now. So who are you? So now who are you? You mail these people. Because now I got a problem with you lying on me on the live broadcast that we doing about the Torah. So now I need to file charges on your wicked ass. All right? And the spiteful heifer that you're dealing with. All right? Whoever she is, or fabricator, or whoever she is, man. I don't know who you talking about at all. All right? At all.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know who you talking to at all.
Who's reading Isaiah?
Yeah, we're gonna be back to address you, Angelina Brown. Yeah, who are you? And what is your channel? That's probably a bogus channel too. One thing about me though, man, look, people know what country I'm in, what city I'm in. They see the buildings around me. My phone number's out there public. My email is out there public. My elder is out there public. Anybody want to know about me? My life is an open book. You can get in touch with me. Whoever you are, come back forth. State your name and give us contact information so I can talk to you and whoever else you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? And if it's nonsense, you know, the Most High gonna deal with that. And if it's truth, then I'll be dealt with. But if it's nonsense, then you and your what do you call that? You and your little lynch mob is gonna be dealt with, man. Yeah. So if you got, you know, you can give me, hey, hit me on WhatsApp. What's her face? Angelina Brown, and you can holler at me there. You know, you can present the charges, whatever you got against me, and you can email the law enforcement. All right, nobody been dealing with nobody in LA, man. Dealing with nobody in LA. I know two females in LA. Neither one of them was my wife. One of them, you know, I liked her. She liked me a little bit, but I met her like one time in life, in a public place, on a trip. She was at the airport when I seen her. Never tried to get in her panties. Right, then there was another girl in LA, could have gotten her panties, but I didn't. All right, and I seen her 2 times in public places. All right, and I was communicating with her on WhatsApp for a little while, but she was dealing with trying to deal with the Most High to communication kind of fizzled down a little bit, but hey, you know. So that's what happened with that. So anything other than that, you concoct it. And you can't distort those two things. Because he said ran somebody to LA. So it's somebody that's not from LA. Where they from? I run somebody to LA. I ain't never just wanted a woman just for sex, man. That's been years since I was dealing with that song right there. So I don't know what you talking about. But you open up a little Scooby-Doo mystery now. I wonder who you talking about and why you coming at me on Facebook, you know? Because obviously you didn't just happen to stumble across my channel. You know what I'm saying? So now this is a setup now. So now you coming on my channel slandering me during the Torah class on the Sabbath. You can find no other way to try to get in touch with me or somebody else to address these issues. Why you choosing now in this method to state whatever your little, not even a person, you talebearing, telling the world what somebody told you. Allegedly. Wicked ass females. I don't even know if this is a female. It could be a man. I don't even know who this person is. Who are you? Angelina Brown with the Facebook channel, with the YouTube. I bet you go up there. It's a new page. All right, so yeah, I don't know who's gonna do the Haftarah.
Amari.
Yeah, let's move on, man.
Isaiah 54, verses 1 through 10.
What's your YouTube on? I forgot you had all of those. I was going back between like 3 or 4 screens. Got me confused with Isaiah or something. I said, no, ain't me either, man.
You got it? All right. Isaiah 54, verses 1 through 10, Haftarah portion. Go ahead.
Sing out, O barren one who has not given birth. Break out into glad song and be jubilant, O one who have no labor pains. For the children of the desolate Jerusalem outnumber the children of the inhabited city, said Yahweh.
So we're talking about the internal covenant of peace that's going to be made between the Most High and Yasha'Allah, our nation. Go ahead.
Broaden the place of your tent, and stretch out the curtains of your dwellings. Stint not, lengthen your cords, and strengthen your pegs. For southward and northward shall you spread out you shall spread out mightily. Your offspring will inherit nations, and they will settle desolate cities.
So this is the future for the nation of Yasha'Allah, the ones that return back to covenant with Yahweh through the Torah. Moral, civil, dietary, ceremonial laws that he gave Mashah, written on 2 tablets. Okay? This is the covenant that he's going to rename between us and himself. Go ahead. What verse you in?
Verse 4.
All right.
Fear not, for you will not be shamed. Do not fear humiliated, for you will not be mortified. For you will forget the shame of your youth.
So we will be made to forget what happened to us in captivity. Go ahead.
And the mortification of your widowhood you will remember no more. For your master is your maker, Yahweh, master of legions is his name. Your Redeemer is the Holy One of Yasha'Allah.
So our Redeemer is the Most High, creator of heaven and earth, all things living. The Most High, omnipotent power of the planet Earth and beyond. Go ahead.
On high above all the world shall he be called. For like a wife who had been forsaken, and the Melachni spirit will Yahweh called you, and the wife of one's youth who has become despised.
So we will be called that wife once again by the word of the Most High. Go ahead.
Said your own high, but for a brief moment have I forsaken you.
Brief moment is this captivity, the 400 years of captivity and beyond. Okay? We're at that point, we have reached supposedly the 400-year mark, but it's the word of the Most High that will determine whether or not we'll be delivered out of this captivity. Not man's word, not no preacher nowhere on the planet Earth can determine when the Most High will redeem us out of this captivity. Only the Most High. Even Yahushua Mashiach said he doesn't know the time or the day, but he ready. The angels are ready. Everybody's ready to go, except for you so-called Negroes, Western, and Puerto Ricans. It seems in 2019, you really don't want to get out of captivity because you don't want to really return back to the laws and commandments in the Bible. You really don't want to keep the Shabbat. You really don't want to keep the holy convocations. You really don't want to keep the Kadashas as they come up. You don't want to righteously walk in the commandments of the Most High. But for those that do want that captivity and that deliverance done away with, we have that great day to look forward to. Okay, so keep the faith. Don't lose focus. Okay, continue on that path. Remember the raw basics: repentance, obedience, Yahweh, Yahushua, Yashala, and the preparing for these last days, both physically and spiritually. Preparing for these days. Get yourself as ready as much as possible, as both physical and spiritually, because the day is coming. Okay. Normal life, as you know, is about to go out the window. Okay, going to these supermarkets, going to wherever you shop at, whatever sale that you're trying to run to, all that's going to be done away with. The movies are going to be done away with. Going to these restaurants are going to be done away with, because the Most High is about to bring evil on the earth. All these mass shootings are not coincidental. The Most High is doing that to wake you up. Okay, where you at?
7.
All right, go ahead. Verse 10. Go ahead.
And with abundant mercy shall I gather you in, with a slight wrath have I concealed my countenance from you for a moment, but with eternal kindness shall I show you mercy.
Eternal kindness will the Most High show you mercy. That mercy is being delivered out of this hell that's about to come on earth once again. Go ahead.
Said your Redeemer Yahweh, for like waters of Noah shall this be to me, as I have sworn never again to pass the waters of Noah over the earth. So have I sworn not to be wrathful with you, or to rebuke you, for the mountains may be moved, and the hills may falter, but my kindness shall not be removed from you.
So, as the Most High made the covenant with earth through the rainbow that he would no longer destroy earth by water, he's saying that he will redeem us out of this captivity here in America and beyond. Okay? That he will bring judgment on the earth through fire. And that fire shall be by the way of thermonuclear destruction. The ICBM nuclear missile shall be shot over America by Russia, okay? By everyone that has a nuclear weapon is going to shoot it over on America. Okay, America is going to return fire, but the Most High is the controller of this destruction. The only thing that will be utterly destroyed is America, according to Scripture. Okay, go ahead.
And my covenant of peace shall not falter, says the one who shows you mercy, Yahweh.
That was 10. Okay. So, will he show us? Okay. All right. So that was the Haftarah portion. Portion is
Potion. Ain't no potions around here.
right.
Potions.
All right. Aryashan or Zara, you want to read the?
Aryashan.
All right, Aryashan, step forward.
His turn.
Matthew, the 24th chapter, verses 29 to verse 42. Matthew, the 24th chapter, verses 29 to verse 42.
Matthew chapter 24, verse 29 to 42.
Okay.
Immediately after the tribulation.
Stop again. Start all over a little louder.
Immediately after the tribulation of those days shall the sun be darkened, and the light and the moon shall not give her light, and the stars shall fall from heaven, and the powers of the heaven shall be shaken.
So the powers of heaven shall be shaken. So about all these leading governments, all these leading kingdoms shall be destroyed by the word of the Most High. The sun shall be dark and the moon shall not give its light. Talking about the government structure, the powers of these nations shall be darkened and destroyed by the power of the Most High. Go ahead.
And then shall appear the sign of the Son of Man in heaven. And then shall all the tribes of the earth mourn, and they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven.
The Son of Man is talking about Yahushua Mashiach. He shall be coming in the clouds of heaven, which are the chariots. He shall be, he can come how he's coming, all right? There's no one specific way how he's going to come. He might be coming in all ways. What do I mean by that? He could be standing on the clouds, literal clouds, the chariots as clouds, or as the identifiable flying objects, the UFOs, as people call them, or as himself orbiting in the heavens above us. Okay, but he's coming. Go ahead.
With power and great glory.
With power and great glory, meaning the aura and the omniscience presence of Yahushua Mashiach shall be the light of the earth. Okay, go ahead. Along with the angels. Go ahead.
And he shall send his angels with a great sound of a trumpet, and they shall gather together his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other.
So for the four corners of the earth, with the majority of our people gathering in the North Country, with North America, the Most High said that Yahushua Mashiach will gather all his elect from the four corners of the earth. So wherever Israel is scattered, as long as they have kept the faith, have been obedient, have tried to walk in Torah, have tried to walk in Yahushua Mashiach, the Most High said that he will have Yahushua Mashiach come gather them. Okay, go ahead.
Now learn a parable of the fig tree, when his branch is yet tender, and putteth forth leaves. Ye know that summer is nigh. So likewise ye, when ye shall see all these things, know that it is near, even at the doors.
So what is near? What are the signs? Okay? The signs is what you see happening around the earth. All right? You can go to the YouTube channel, Jason A. He seems to categorize a lot of stuff happening around the world. There's other channels. But what you see happening is the Most High bringing physical destruction on the earth. Okay? You got hurricanes all over the place. Okay? You have recent hurricane down in the Bahamas. Island utterly destroyed. Okay? You can go to CNN, and look at it in real time. Utterly destroyed. Nothing is left habitable in that island. Okay? Just before that, you had Puerto Rico. You had Jamaica, okay? And on top of that, despite that destruction, the Most High has two other hurricanes forming in the Atlantic about to make their same course of action. So the Most High is busy in his word as far as fulfilling his prophecy of destruction. Go ahead.
Verily I say to you, this generation shall not pass till all these things be fulfilled.
So all these things, all these judgments shall be fulfilled. Okay? This is not the time to go back out in the world. This is the time to get more into the word.
And then that generation is not going to pass until these things get fulfilled, letting you know that Yahweh is going to send that generation back before those things get fulfilled. And they're going to see those things getting fulfilled. That's the only way it can happen. A lot of people want to just, you want to try to play mental Rubik's Cube with the scripture. Scriptures say that generation shall not pass until what?
To all, read it.
Till all these things be fulfilled.
That means the things are going to be fulfilled, and then that generation could pass. But that generation is not going to pass before all things get fulfilled, meaning what? That generation is going to be existing on the earth when those things get fulfilled. Can you get anything else out of that?
No.
You don't got to dig through 1,000 scriptures to figure out what the man is saying. The man is speaking plain, simple Hebrew / or maybe Aramaic that's translated into the English. Read that verse one more time, man.
Verily I say unto you,
Truly I say unto you, go ahead.
this generation
The one that he's looking at now, this generation, go ahead.
shall not pass
This generation shall not pass. Meaning that generation is going to stay for the purpose of what?
Till all these things be fulfilled.
To all those things be fulfilled. So that generation of people shall not pass until all these things be fulfilled. Meaning what? Every time one of them things get fulfilled, that generation is there. That's plain English. Read.
Heaven and earth shall pass away,
Mhm.
my word shall not pass
He
away.
said, think I'm playing. Think it's a joke. Heaven and earth might pass. What I'm saying is going to be 100% factual and it's going to happen. So that person's spirit got to keep coming back to the earth.
Right, until
Or they just, live the earth roaming like a vampire. Take your choice.
one or the other.
One or the other. Either a vampire,
Zombie.
maybe a lichen. You know what I'm saying?
Werewolf.
Maybe a werewolf, or they just kept coming back when those things occur. Yahusha is real easy to understand, man. Sometimes he got his moments, but he don't want you to really understand what he's saying, but that was clear right there. All right, that's
Where you at?
Verse 36.
All right.
But of that day and hour knoweth no man, no, not the
So
angels.
that day and hour no man knows. Okay, so no preacher, no place in the world knows that day or hour. Not even Yahushua, Hamashiach. Okay, you would think he know, if anybody would know, but he don't even know. So what man can sit up here and make some claim that he knows when the Most High is going to return, or when Yahushua is going to return? And what people, foolish people, gonna believe such a person? Go ahead.
No, not the angels of heaven, but my Father only.
So that's Yahushua answering that. Yahushua saying that no man knows but the Father. I don't even know. The angels don't even know. So what man on earth can sit here and make such a claim? A fool. Go ahead.
For as in the days that were before the flood, they were eating and drinking.
So just as the days of Noah, what were they doing? They were eating and drinking. Go ahead.
Marrying and giving in marriage.
Marrying and giving into marriage. In other words, living their carefree life. Despite having a man in the middle of the desert building this great, big, tall ark in the middle of the desert for 125 years, who they said and called a fool and a crazy man. But yet when that rain came, he wasn't crazy then. When the water was coming from the earth as well as from the heavens, opening up and coming up from the earth, swallowing them up whole, he wasn't a fool then. He was in the ark, protected. The ark's door was sealed by the Most High. Because you best believe they were trying to get in that ark. But the Most High sealed it and soundproof it so Noah couldn't hear their cries. All right? Go ahead.
Until the day that Noah entered into the ark, and knew not until the flood came, and took them all away. So shall also be the coming of the Son of Man be.
So shall also the coming of the Son of Man. So Yahushua's second coming will not be a great announcement so people can get ready for it. It's going to come as a thief in the night. When you leave a thief in the night, when you least expect it, that's when it's coming. But we see the signs. We see everything happening in the Middle East, happening over in America, happening over in Europe, the uproars of the people, the chaos, the famines, the droughts, the pestilence, okay, the earthquakes, the tornadoes, the hurricanes. As a woman giving forth child, they shall increase in their intensity and in its frequency as it is happening. Okay, go ahead.
Verse 40. Then shall two be in the field, and one shall be taken, and the other left. Two women shall be grinding at the mill, the one shall be taken, and the other left. Watch therefore, for you know not what hour your Lord doth come.
So, in that parable, there was a doctrine that was being taught saying that the one that was taken was the one that was I believe, being destroyed, okay? And the one that's left was the one, no, the one that was taken was the one that was carried up and up into the rapture, and the one that was left behind was the one that was going to be destroyed. Well, the Most High is going to destroy those who are not right in the eyesight of Torah and not right in his eyesight according to Yahushua Mashiach. All right? The best scenario to answer that parable would be you want to be in the number that the Most High calls up. Whether it's the people that's being left behind in the fields or whether it's the people that are being called up to the chariots. Because we are going to be called up into the chariots, but that's another topic for another day because that's not the actual rapture that the churches like to teach. That's a different calling, all right? So, that concludes the Besorah, which is the New Testament portion, Matthew 24, verses 29 to verse 42. Zaria, read the memorial of the woman.
Now when Yahushua was in Bethany, in the house of Simon the leper, came unto him a woman having an alabaster box of very precious ointment, and poured it out on his head as he sat at meat. But when the disciples saw it, they said, "This ointment might have been sold for 300 pence, 1 year's wages, and given to the poor." When Yahushua understood it, he said unto them, "Why trouble ye the women? Why trouble you the woman? For she hath wrought a good work upon me. For ye always have the poor with you, but me ye not always have. For that she hath poured this ointment on my body, she did it for my burial. Verily I say unto you, wheresoever this gospel shall be preached in the whole world, there also shall be this, that this woman hath done, be told for memorial of her."
Okay. So this is why we read the memorial of the woman at the end of each Sabbath service. So with that, men stand. Maryam Shabbat. Amawa, Barakwa, Yabaraka Kam Yahweh Bashem Yahushua. Kwam Yashala.
Kwam Yashala.
Kwam Yashala.
Kwam Yashala.
Kwam Yashala.
Kwam Yashala.
Hallelujah.
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 Okay, Maryam Shabbat, sisters stand. Salute our sisters. Amawa, Barakwa,
Yashamar Kam Yahweh Bashem Yahushua.
Kwam Yashala.
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 Hallelujah.
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 Hallelujah. All right,
Oh, yes, sir.
it's an arrow.
Take the salad. I don't know what the fuck.
It's on.
Was it tuna salad? All right, so. Oh, sorry about that, y'all. I mean, we still got little ones here, want to eat. Big ones too. All right, so, Amaria, see if there's any comments.
All right, everybody. So we all right, so Bryson, man, good to see you again, man. Keep in touch with me. Contact me on Facebook or something, man, or you can send a message to one Yashar Allah at Gmail. All right. So that's the Torah portion for today. As you can see, everybody ready to chow down. That's the Torah portion for today. Went into a lot of information. But once again, if you type in the different Torah portions, for the week, for every week, and then you type in Banya Yashar Allah, or you type in Parazah Yashar Allah as one word, then you'll get the Torah classes that I have been doing over like a year period, man. So you'll get all the Torah portions, and you'll get the 6 that were done on the 6 days of the week, and then you might get the one that was done on the Shabbat with all 7 aliyahs, combined together. All right, so you got to just do it the right way, put in the key words the right way, and then you'll see all of the information is right there available for you for the Torah classes and the Torah portion. This is pretty much a lifelong quest and journey, as far as obeying Yahweh and helping our people see what obedience Yahweh requires and expects, of us. And we're in a time right now where Yahshua, because only through teaching the Torah and understanding the Torah can you have more judges. And only through more judges can you judge the Torah righteously amongst each other as a family of people. And that's why when you look in the book of Exodus, after we came out of Egypt, okay, when you look in chapter 18 and you look in verse 20, it says the first level of having leadership was to teach them the ordinances and the laws and showing them the way that they must walk and the work that they must do. So a lot of y'all talk about the work, but the work goes hand in hand with the walk. And the walk goes hand in hand with being shown. And what you have to be shown is the laws and the ordinances, and you're taught these, you're shown these things through a teacher, through a person that understands and studies the Torah. Okay? Understands and studies the Torah, man. So that's the level that we have to really get on. We need more Torah students to be, accredited spiritually and intellectually to be judges amongst Israel, and those judges can teach Israel the law, the different doctrine breakdowns based on the law. That's gonna solve all the problems that we have in misunderstanding different things that somebody might say, or different things that somebody may teach, that we may say, okay, I don't like what he's saying. Well, go in the Torah and show where the brother is going, off at. And once you do that, now you've made progress. Otherwise, you're just gonna be come back and forth. Like we're having a conversation with a brother right now about the lunar Sabbath, and I keep saying, Genesis chapter 1. That's the power. You can't see anything else in Genesis chapter 1. Most High didn't make the moon. The moon is used for the months, but the evening and the morning, the day and night is used for the day. And then the measurements of it is when the night falls, that's when the day is over. Genesis 1:14, right? And that's used for the years also, all right? So the years are according to different events happening in the constellations, lining up with a particular constellation, with the sun in between the moon and that constellation, giving us the new moon. and an inferior conjunction, meaning it's close to the moon, it's close to the sun, not away from the sun. Right? So those are the things that we need to be doing. You know, all the doctrines are solved in the Torah, but because people don't want to sit back and learn, it takes time to learn the Torah. You got to be dedicated to sit back and read and learn, even to go into the 613 laws. You know, which is an incomplete list, but even to go into that list of laws, you understand, you have to be, you know, dedicated to sit there and, you know, decide in your mind, I'm going to read these 613 things right here. You know, you got to be willing to do that. And a lot of people may not be willing to make that level of commitment because they want to just go over a bunch of scriptures on a particular topic or breakdown. But that's what Israel needs now. We need more Torah students, right? We need more Torah students because, like I said, the Torah deals with every doctrine, right? So we have, like I said, we have judges in Israel right now has been set up, all right? And we're going to be the ones that, you know, help Israel to get a better understanding of the commandments, all right? So that's all we got. Thank you all for sitting and walking or whatever. Shabbat shalom to y'all that's still in the Western Hemisphere. It's late for us now. It ain't, the Sabbath is over for us now. It's dark outside. So may the Most High be with you. In the name of Yahweh Shai, Hamashiach. All right, shalom alaikum.
Oh, woman, come.